Well, why didn't you tell me? I need to watch this. Yes, I told you that before we left. I do. And I have a really good memory, Jeff. So don't even question me. Well, do you want a meal for tomorrow? Because it'll last. But then I ordered the same thing that I got for Jeff because I wasn't sure, because by then it was too late. So you'll just have to tell me like if you want something different. Okay.
Thank you. Things start at 6, right?
Starts at 7. Close starts at 6, so we'll be in there for an hour and then 7, everyone comes in. But you'll see people start trickling in at like 6:40.
Okay. So I'm way early. Right. An hour from now?
Well, close starts at 6, but there's one meeting right at 10. Some meetings are like.
All right, great. Thank you. I'm not even hang around for an hour, but it's
Yeah, probably a good idea.
all right, thanks.
Oh, I forgot that fan was on. Just ignore me. Actually, can you help me? Yes.
Yes.
Can you put one of these on? Okay, normally, like, this is already done, but I have to make like this last minute stuff and like all these folders are closed.
Well, yeah,
Yeah. And I have OCD, so don't even judge me because I don't even think. Like I'll have to like turn all the waters. Um. Everyone back. Perfectly centered on the left. What are you passing? I almost lost that over the bridge. That black crossing.
You want to go through these presentations and make sure they're the right ones?
Well, what was it again? Control L?
For what?
Control L to, maximize the,
Oh, you don't have to do that anymore. It just opened full screen.
how did you do that?
I just changed some settings in the program.
Okay, Joe, not everyone is like. That smart, so.
So I think the presentation that Jennifer had is this 23-24 budget workshop, and it's dated today at 2:58 PM. So I think it's the,
Yeah, that's when
The
I
current
put
version.
in.
okay, so you
It
already,
should say final. Hello.
Yep.
It says final,
and then Lovejoy letter campaign is the other one that was updated today.
yeah.
The rest are from 10 days ago.
that
Okay,
sounds right.
okay.
And then there's one that has like a little keep, it's like a little keep cone on there. Yeah, this one.
Probably that one. That's a video file.
I hope that will work.
Yeah, I played it earlier.
Hold it. Okay.
You have to be the first and second.
So it does not move. Okay, I have to see this back. There. Hey, I'm yeah. Next time we're going to, but we're going to try to. No. I flew in the first one was Seattle and then after. Yeah. Well, because the air is very dry. So like dry, maybe more water. Very dry.
Yeah, it's very dry. They don't know what to do, like 20%, like it's really.
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't been to Tri-Cities, but I'm sure,
Not a bit.
yeah.
It's not, I mean, it's like, love this stuff. You know, hundred homes, you know, pretty much it. But there's a lot of vineyards around.
Yeah.
And you can tell, I have like a line, like they're building things right now. Trying to like, there's like one public. Like, so it's really weird. But I mean, so in 2 hours, yeah, it's 2 hours.
Yeah.
Almost 3 hours. Yeah.
Portland should be far.
No, they drove the front already, it's not 3.5 hours.
3.5 to Portland, Tri-Cities. Yeah, I recall like driving through, there's not much, kind of like central Washington, like Tri-City area.
They just said it's all like free, like every ride is just like,
Yeah,
you're gonna see some type of win.
yeah. Not necessarily.
We did have ski, you know, but yeah. So it was more so thinking, there's this place called Hidden Valley. You know, they had it there, but I think it was only like. But yeah, wait, where is the out or where? Everywhere else. I didn't post this. Okay. Okay, I went back. One of my friends was there, and like, the Boise area, it's just like so great. What is it? Quarter? Quarter. Yeah, I was nervous for girls, but definitely like the guys are doing that kind of stuff. But only in the consequence. Yeah. Well, they just said like in the summer, like they found the colors, like, and that's what I wanted to see, like, obviously I don't like cold, but, it was very like deserty. Cause they said like the pricing was the only area in Washington that's like full on like desert, like dry land, like it doesn't have any. Yeah. Next time I did get to see a little bit of scouts, so it was really pretty, but, yeah. Yeah.
Documenting how this is set up. So that somebody else needs to do it, they'll have instruction.
Somehow I did.
Like Devin, he's the only other salaried employee of the department.
Maybe you can make it work after hours without pay.
I'm really all I want that. Okay. What I gotta do? I just need to go with the minutes. Oh, I'm feeling that chair. Okay, here's the water in the. Yes, I can do anything with her. I'm gonna put that behind. I don't need to know, it all looks good. I just like to get my apples down here and all that good stuff. What's that? I try not to. Yeah. I want to pick these up yesterday. Oh my gosh, that store smells so good. Get it all away. Yeah, there's no like candy and. I will be. Yeah, you did that. I'm gonna put my stairs up and then. Almost forgot. Yeah, Anna's asking why she's back close to the drive. For the day. 40 minutes. So you're not. Hi, Jeff. Hi, Jeff.
Hello.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I have to have it back here, 45 or maybe not. Okay, so if you don't have it back, can you find that? That's my split the directions. There's that. I just don't have the ability to unlock it. Oh,
Is I here?
yes, just here.
Jeff?
Just back behind the screen.
I mean, usually, they usually have to do it, kind of like just stand there, to do it first. You know what I mean?
What's up, man? How are you?
Do you know how to lock that door by chance? No, yeah.
Lock it door remotely? No.
That door right there. Yeah, Jack, he can lock it remotely.
Oh. Like it's unlocked now, TV or what?
It's locked now, but you should usually you unlock it until. Because the start of the meeting happened at 7. And usually I'd have him right about 7:10. I'd have him auto lock it again. Or basically, do that tonight. Yeah. I just don't know what's-
That's what I want.
He's trying to steal them property. Thanks, man. Yeah.
Thank you very much. No, I have, you are out and about. I am, the time for doing my top out. No, there's no excuse. I really just want to like, it's not over that. I don't know exactly. But I wasn't sure. I can go to my phone, find everybody doing, and believe it or not, it's not the fault, but here's one. There were several names who, like, last name, roll up in. So, anyway, it was a little casual together. Yeah, what? No, I wasn't that on here. Change. Did you see what we said? Yeah. Hey, Jeff, I can see you back there. Come here. Yeah. Not okay. No, you don't want that.
Hey, how are you? Well, hello. How are you doing?
Good to see you.
All right, we'll call the meeting to order. And if I could ask Ms. Haynes to come up and help us with the pledge this evening.
Excited to see each other after.
Absolutely.
Haynes. I am the principal at Pester Elementary, and it is my absolute pleasure to introduce Mr. Elijah Sines. Elijah is our pledge leader this evening. He is a kindergartner at Pester. And I have to tell you, when we were trying to decide who we were going to pick for our pledge leader, his name came up because he has quite charmed the ladies as he comes into the building. Miss Buis, our counselor, Miss George, our assistant principal, said he comes in every single morning into our atrium with the biggest smile on his face and ready for hugs and ready to start his day every day. So we knew he would not be too shy to do our pledges tonight. So Elijah is the big brother of a 3-year-old sister, Eliana, who is also here to watch him do the pledges tonight. His favorite foods are pizza, corn, and eggs. Maybe not all at once, right, Elijah? Okay, well, maybe. Okay. When he's at school, Elijah loves recess and reading. And when I asked him what his favorite book is, he said, it's a secret. He wouldn't tell me. I don't know. We're going to have to do some reading together. When he's not at school, Elijah likes to paint pictures and he likes to play soccer. And we're proud of him already. And we would appreciate if you would stand for our pledges.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic to which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
And justice
for all. Another Texas flag, the allegiance to Texas, state under God, indivisible.
All right, thank you.
Great job. All right. And let the roll reflect that that Ann Smith was absent. All other board members were present. And with that, item 5, Ms. Cordell, community recognitions.
Yes, we have a very special recognition this evening. We have Pam Little here from the State Board of Education because Pam Little invited our a cappella choir to perform at the opening of the State Board of Education in Austin, which was an incredible honor. And not only that, she very graciously hosted and paid for a wonderful dinner for all of us the night before, as well as personally took care of our lodging, all the students' hotel rooms, which we're so grateful for, and also made sure she made contact with Candy Noble, who is our state representative, and set up a tour, an exclusive VIP tour of the Capitol on the day prior. It was an incredible experience. We were so proud of a cappella's performance, which would not have been possible without Pam Little. So we have a certificate of appreciation for her this evening. And I know you have a couple of words of appreciation you'd like to share.
Absolutely. I had the privilege to meet Miss Little and visit with her in a meeting recently, and I've quickly gathered from her passion for service for our children and an uber smart lady to serve us regarding education. So I'm thankful and blessed that she is our representative, was just reelected to a new term, is a Fairview resident, and has just serves us tremendously. So it was a blessing, and we're thankful for all she's done for us and our children.
I can't tell all of you how impressed I was with this choir. Their performance was just amazing. Many of my colleagues said to me, wow, Pam, you really hit a home run with that performance. So I just wanted to take a minute and say, great work. You guys keep it up. It was just a wonderful performance. And I wish I could have you every time, but I don't get that opportunity very often. So thank you for coming. I appreciate it.
And I also wanted to say to Mrs. Little, I knew this was going to be an incredible opportunity for our district and for our students, but I had no idea until I got to experience their experience through their eyes and just see how impactful it was for them to get to see the workings at our state capitol of our Board of Education, and you showcasing them at such a high level was absolutely incredible. And we're super proud of their performance as well, and your kind words at the end of it, which I absolutely agree with. It was stated that this was the best performance that has ever taken place at the State Board of Education. So well done, students. We're going to have y'all move to center. We're going to get a picture.
All right. Next up, staff recognitions.
I have the honor tonight of recognizing Kate Duncan, who was recently honored at the State Board of Education meeting as well. And I want to share a little bit about Kate, and then I'm also going to let Holly share some information too. But Kate was one of 3 finalists to be selected for the Presidential Awards for Excellence in Math. And then there were 3 finalists in the state of Texas selected for the teaching science as well too. This award was awarded she was notified last spring, I believe, of the honor, and the State Board of Education recognized her at this last meeting. And the winner of these, both of these awards will go to the national level to compete. So it's such an honor. Out of all the teachers in the state of Texas, the state was one of the top 3 math teachers. We hope to find out. I was doing a little research after we were down there, Kate. It sounds like they're going to announce the lone finalist in end of January, I believe. We were trying to kind of figure that out. So anyway, we're just super proud of Kate. She's here with her husband, Preston, tonight, who is also there with us. So I'm going to have Holly share a few words about Kate tonight.
So Kate Duncan, when we think about our Lovejoy culture, learning, collaboration, results, and fun, Kate epitomizes that in every way. And so does her team as a result of her leadership. Kate is always the teacher who does the right things for the right reasons. Her motives are always to build relationships and to help her students learn and to grow alongside her teammates. She recently, just an example of that priority for her to build those relationships. She recently had a task of, she's working with a group of students before school, and they're sharing students right when school starts. And she just came to me and she's like, Holly, I'm really not getting that first morning interaction that I really have to have with my kids. And so we needed to problem solve that and figure that out. And that's just one example of truly living, walking the walk of that relationships are the key. And we see the results in her students' performance as a result of that. So we couldn't be more proud of Kate. When I think of the fun, sometimes she has to be reminded to have some fun because she's takes her work very seriously. But her team is one of the most collaborative and well-bonded teams on our campus. And it's because they add that fun in as well. And it's because of Kate's leadership. So we're incredibly Huster proud of you, Kate.
It was an absolute delight to get to meet Kate's husband. They have come up with a picture too in the here. Also her mother and her sister. And my favorite was the story your mother told me about what you asked Santa for one Christmas and overhead the deck. Because on eBay and I found one refurbished. It's amazing. So Kate was truly born to be a teacher and it shows. We are so grateful and so proud of the impact that you have on each and every one of our students that you come in contact with, and equally as proud of the impact that you have on all of us as coworkers and educators. Thank you for the incredible work that you do. All right, we're gonna get a picture and then we're gonna get Preston to come up here too.
Great job. All right, Mr. Parker. Student recognition.
I wish I could take credit for some of this, but I'm going to turn it over to Coach Ross. We have some kiddos at the high school. They run pretty fast, and we would like to recognize them for that. And I'm going to turn it over to Coach Ross to do that.
I have the honor of recognizing our cross-country team, and I'm going to have the coaches come up here. Coach Kelly, Coach Littlefield. Y'all know how talented these teams are. I want to brag on the talented team builders that these two are. We have a special group of young people. Y'all get to see the medals around their necks. Some of us were fortunate enough to get to watch them win district and win regional, and then what they did at state and everything. This is what you don't see. You don't see the love and the devotion that these two pour into those kids. And so, we celebrate our teachers, and I have the opportunity to celebrate and brag on our coaches. Their love, their devotion, their sacrifice, their discipline, their care, and what they teach and pour into these kids every day is incredible. So they were district coaches of the year again. So let's give them a hand for that. Your leadership and your sacrifice gives our kids opportunities to have special experiences. And we're forever grateful for what y'all do. And I'm not going to steal their thunder. I'm going to let them talk about all the awesome things that these kids did.
I'll go first. I'm Carly Littlefield, the girls coach. I guess girls come on up first. This is Cameron Benson. She is a freshman. This is Peyton Benson. She is a junior. Kate Carlson is a junior. Smile, Kate. Jocelyn Chapman is a freshman. Kaylee Littlefield is a junior. Amy Moorfield is a senior, and then Sarah Moorfield is a junior. So we're young. So these ladies they look tiny, but they are mighty. I call them tiny but mighty. So they racked up a lot of achievements this year, and I'm going to go through some of those. Undefeated in Class 5A. They set a new UIL state record of 28 points. And just so that you might not be aware of cross country, but 80 points is a pretty good score. That'll usually win state. They scored 28 points this year. So that was really good. So they did this by putting 5 girls in the top 11. Most teams are lucky to have 1 girl in the top 10 or 15, and we put 5 in the top 11. So it was pretty amazing. Let's see, we We just this past weekend qualified for the Nike Nationals, which only 2 teams from each region, there's 8 regions across the United States, top 2 teams in each region qualify, and they were second to South Lake by only 3 points. We almost won it. So this upcoming weekend, we will travel to Oregon, to Portland, Oregon, where they will represent our school and our state at the National Cross Country Meet. So that's pretty cool.
Wow.
Also, they're currently ranked number 12 in the nation. We plan to do a little bit better than that, though. Our goal, we want to go, we're going to go try to win. There are some really, really good teams out there, so we'll see what happens, but I'm super proud of that. I do want to give a special shout out to Amy. Amy, step forward for a minute. Amy is our only senior out of this group, and I like to brag on her as much as I can. Amy has really changed what our cross country team is. We're gonna miss her so much. The minute she came on the scene as a freshman, she just had that, she has this likability and this work ethic that spread throughout our team and really catapulted us to where we are now. We couldn't even make it to state 4 years ago. And we couldn't even get to the state meet. When Amy got here, the climate changed, the culture changed. She brings joy, but she also brings a work ethic that people want to be on board with. So I just wanted to give her special recognition because we sure are going to miss her. And she recently signed to the University of Tulsa, and she got a full scholarship, which is not common in track and cross country. So good job to Amy. And then last but not least, I want to brag on them. I mean, obviously winning and doing all the things that the accomplishments that they've had are unbelievable, but they truly are, their work ethic, their character, who they are as people, what they do when no one is looking. You can't, I'm lucky. I'm lucky. It's, you know, people brag on, oh, the coaching and the culture, but you know, you can't do that without great kids and without great parents. And they make sacrifices year round. They do the right thing for their bodies. They make sacrifices a lot of teenagers are not willing to make. They're going to bed early. They're doing everything right to be in the position that they're in. They weren't born talented. They were born with maybe a little bit of talent, but they have worked harder than I mean, even I ran my whole life, but they make me better being around them because they are incredible. So girls, thank you for everything that you've done for me, for your community. We love you guys. We appreciate you guys. Great job. Oh, and also thanks to the admin, and Marvin Bobo is our good luck charm. He's been there both years that we've won. So he's got to be there every year now.
Going to Oregon, Marvin?
That would be cool.
I'm Logan Kelly. I'm our head boys coach, and I have the honor to recognize our boys team. First, we have Henry Binion. He's a sophomore. We have Joe Bluestein. He's a junior. Will Carlson. He's a sophomore. Caden Gary, sophomore. Devin Moena, sophomore. Andrew Polton, junior, and Nick Yared, junior. So as you can tell, this group's a super young team. We have a total of 4 sophomores and 3 juniors. Every single one of them is going to be returning next year. So it's really exciting to have all these guys back. We finished at the state runner-up this year. And so I know they're super motivated to try and win the state championship next year. It's going to be a lot of fun to see that happen. I'm just, I'm really super proud of these guys. Like Carly mentioned, these kids sacrifice a lot. It takes a lot to be on that level. There's a lot that a lot of people don't know about the sport and just the time and dedication. These kids are year-round runners. So everything they're doing, their daily habits, not just their training, but just who they are as people. It takes a very high commitment level to do what they're doing. It's really special to be a part of. Just some highlights of this team. This is the 16th consecutive district championship that the boys program has won. We've never lost a district championship here at Lovejoy. This is also the 16th year in a row that we've qualified for a regional championship. This was the 7th year in a row that we've won the regional championship. There's a lot of programs that never won a regional championship. So this is 7 consecutive years. It's the 8th one for our boys program that Lovejoy's been open. This is also the 15th year in a row that our boys team has qualified for a state championship. There's a lot of teams, there's a lot of coaches that go their entire career and never even qualify one team for the state championship, yet alone 15 in a row. It's super impressive. And then this is also the 9th time out of those 15 years that we've had the boys team on the podium. So the podium is 1st through 3rd state meet. We've had we've had 3 state championships. This is like I said, we were state runner up this year. This is the 4th time we've been state runner up for a boys team. And we've also placed 3rd 2 times. Last year we were 3rd. This year we were 2nd. Next year we're going to be 1st. So let's get it. Great job, guys. All right. Item 5D, Ms. Koenig, introduction of new hires.
I'm going to ask, will Travis and Wendy come up also? Tonight, we have 2 new hires to recognize. The principals will introduce them, but of course, we have a caramel apple for them and a pen. The caramel apple, of course, represents everything that embodies education and being a teacher and the importance of that. The pen is what we hope that they are going to use to write the next chapter in their life here and experience here at Lovejoy. So Wendy, would you like to start and introduce your person?
Honor to introduce Miss Stephanie Hertwick. I honestly don't feel like she's been new. She's been with us since October. But what I appreciate most about Stephanie is that she has this incredible growth mindset and a love and passion for kids. And she is always looking for ways to better herself, to better her kids. She most recently was a stay-at-home mom who also helped her husband upstart a business. And so she got him all set up and she's like, now I can go back and teach. But she does serve our community in many capacities. And she has 2 beautiful children, a senior, Hannah, at Lovejoy High School. And then Mr. Lucas is a freshman at Lovejoy High School. And so please welcome Stephanie Hertwick.
All right. I get the opportunity of introducing Mr. Ted Wolf. He is the animation teacher at the high school. He has 3 years of experience and he went to the University of North Texas. When we had a late opening, we needed to fill in animation. The EC through 12 Tech Apps test, which is required to teach animation, is a really difficult test. And we actually ended up interviewing Ted, and he was a certified teacher, but not in that. And it is a difficult test, but he said, I want to be at Lovejoy High School in his interview. And he said, I want to teach animation. That was his passion. And that paired with the best interview was good enough for me. And so he actually came on as a long-term sub, started the year with PD, didn't miss a beat. And then now he's passed that test and he's a certified teacher at Lovejoy High School. And we couldn't be more proud of him. So thank you so much.
Thank you all. Welcome. All right. Item 6, public comments related to November 28, 2022 agenda items.
Hey, good evening. We have one public comment regarding an agenda item. Ms. Merrifield will step up. It's about community coffee talks.
All right. Ms. Merrifield, you've reviewed our public comment procedures.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
First of all, I just have to say it is no fun at all going right after all of that greatness. This is very humbling after a UIL track and state and bound for state and so forth. So very quickly, just wanted to mention item number 19, coffee talks. And the easy recommendation, and just wanted to speak about that tonight, is we do want to improve communication within the community. And I think one great way of doing that would be to have a recap of questions and answers that were brought up during the community talks. So I wanted to go ahead and mention that tonight because I think that's something that could be done moving forward. And then also that asking questions ahead of time and being able to submit those via email or something like that would be helpful. I know I was there at the last one and it went 2 hours. I couldn't stay for the whole 2 hours. And I know there was so much information that that I missed, and just wanting to be able to have that recapped or sent to everyone, I think would be very helpful. And then lastly, on the budget item, you know, there's a lot of questions around budget and programs, and it's very passionate subject that the community wants more information on. And I just wanted to ask for information to be shared about if we were to slow the process of building the fund balance, what that would look like and what that would mean and what the impact would be. So I hope that is shared tonight or in the future as well. So thank you for everything that the school board does for the community, and thank you to our administration and of course all of our teachers.
Thank you. All right. And Rodrigo, just to confirm, that's our only one. Perfect. All right, if you all would just join me in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this beautiful evening. Thank you for the opportunity for the recognitions to celebrate our students, celebrate our members who serve our community and our state. Lord, thank you for this board, for the administrators, for our community that's here, and those watching. Lord, thank you for our students. We pray for your blessings and for you to continue to bless us with the ability to serve graciously with humility. Forgive us for our sins in Christ's name. Amen. All right. Item 8 is board notifications. Notification of new hires. I believe you have a report in your packet. Okay. And item B is again a notification item. Notification of resignations. You have the report in your board packet. Item 9 is the consent agenda. Are there any items any board members would like pulled for discussion tonight from the consent agenda? It's budget amendment number 1, 9E. Okay.
About what were the changes in the budget aside from the DATRE result?
So that's a good question. This is our first amendment for the 22-23 budget compared to the adopted. It does include the adjustment to revenue based on the results of the DATRE election and not having that additional revenue. There are also 2 main other items. One is the increase in enrollment that we had this year, slightly over projected, and included slightly more scholars than resident students. And so we also, the last piece was recognizing the grant funding that we're receiving for the Child Development Center grant through the Texas Workforce Commission. We aren't supposed to, the timing of one of those grant payments originally was in our projection for the following year. But in speaking with the Texas Workforce Commission and our auditor, it had to be recognized in this year. So it's moving 1 year in advance. And so we'll have some more detail on the updated projections in the budget workshop as well.
All right. Any other questions or any items to pull from the consent agenda? Thank you for that, Julie. If there's none, then I'd consider a motion.
Move we approve the consent agenda.
So moved, Amy Smith. Second, Jeff Wood, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Item 10, celebration of learning, Dr. Tinsley.
Okay, so last month we kicked off our celebration of learning, and this is an opportunity for to spotlight some of the great things that are happening with our staff and students on our campuses focused on academics. And so you heard from first grade team and some first grade students from Pester last month. So we're going to go to the other end of the spectrum this month, and you're going to hear from our Lovejoy High School pre-calculus team. So I'm going to ask them to go ahead and come up at this time. Andrew Stallings, Caleb Goff, Vince Williams, and Kelly English. And I believe we also have some students that are going to be speaking tonight as well too. So hold on, because you guys are going to kind of see things in action, and you guys can go right over there with Mr. Z, and you're going to speak from that microphone, and then I'm going to work the PowerPoint from here.
Awesome. Members of the board, Superintendent Cordell, thanks so much for having Lovejoy High School out tonight for the celebration of learning. The two students that are with us tonight, in addition to the pre-cal team that was introduced, are Carson Brantle and Claire Nelson. And so we're extremely excited that they're here tonight, and they're going to be able to elaborate a little bit on what our pre-cal team has done. My part tonight's a little bit small in the introduction piece, but coming off of Thanksgiving break, when I'm driving to work and I reflect on, the spirit of Thanksgiving, what I'm thankful for, teams such as this pre-cal team and students that you'll hear from tonight, I'm pretty sure that I have the best job ever, because I get to spend the day with them learning at Lovejoy High School. And so with that said, we're going to hear a little bit tonight about Leopard Time and how this team utilizes that time in that flex period for being able to design common formative assessments, but then pull students based on that data during Leopard Time. And really, one thing as we're working as a professional learning community at Lovejoy High School is to see students as our students rather than my students. And so when we have that protected collaborative time, it allows conversations and what you're about to see tonight really transpire. And so with that said, we've done introductions. I'm going to turn it over to one of our really excellent teachers and our math department lead, Miss Kelly English.
Good evening. And so one of the, like he said, one of the bright spots that we're going to be talking about is kind of our Leopard Time. And really the focus of what you're going to see here is just that we have this data-driven shared responsibility using this Leopard Time for all of those. Our goal after our first tests and our Leopard Time was a little chaotic, at least for me it was. We did not split up, standards and items on our tests. And so it was a little chaotic in Leopard Time. We had about, I think Claire, you might have been in some of those. We had a lot of kids asking a lot of different questions. And I just felt bad that I wasn't able to get to all of the students. And so what we did as a pre-cal team and our goal moving forward is using that Leopard Time to kind of split up our kids. And so I think one of the videos on here is, sorry, I'm skipping around. Dr. Tinsley, I'm sorry.
Good.
Is that one of the things we want to do is split up the standards so that instead of reteaching kids on an entire test in my Leopard Time, I have all the students that maybe need help with this one particular thing. And whether they're my kids or not in my class, they're all our pre-cal kids. And so I can teach all of these pre-cal kids this one concept. Mr. Stallings can take all the kids on one certain concept, Mr. Goff and Coach Williams. So we split it up. That way we're not bombarded with 20 kids asking about 15 different things. We might have 15 kids asking about one thing, and we can kind of reteach it in a more structured and targeted way. And so I think we have maybe a video of us splitting that up. And then it just shows our quick checks, our common formative assessments. We just do quick checks as little warm-ups, and then that kind of drives what our where we see we need more help on certain standards in addition to tests. I apologize. It's a lot of math language.
That would be the first and second page.
That'll have to be next week.
Is it first and second?
It should be the first.
I mean, just the first page, right? Second, and third page are 2.3 and 2.5. Yeah. I'm happy to take 2.3 and 2.5.
I honestly didn't use that because I had kids, I saw in my kids that a difference between they know the synthetic division, but they don't understand what it means and what it does, which I think is more 2.5. And then I saw kids that still have trouble with synthetic division itself.
Okay.
So I think we need to split those up into can't divide versus
And
can't divide, they don't know what it is.
And potential rational zeros, yeah. And also,
Right.
I was about to say, should we group some factoring in with one of those? Because I just had some again, just factoring and some that were getting frustrated, but it was just like, you just didn't put it together.
Right.
You knew how to do everything, but you couldn't do the rest of it. Right.
So we can split it up, someone can take synthetic division
on page
for
3.
reteaching. Well, this synthetic division in general for those kids that don't know how to divide.
Okay.
And so what you saw was us taking the standards and splitting it up, and doing that has really forced us to look at, one of the things was, they can do the skill, but they don't know why they're doing it versus they can't do the skill. And so it's also kind of helped us break down more like what are students struggling with, and that way we can give them that more targeted instruction during leopard time. And so I'm going to turn it over to Carson and Claire. And again, Claire was in some of my chaotic leopard times, so she might be able to tell you how that's helped a little bit.
Hi, I'm Carson. I just think leopard time this year and the pre-cal department have like really worked well together, because like sometimes on some like units or whatever, I get what I'm doing, but I don't know why. Like I understand like how I'm doing it, but it's just nice to go in there at leopard time so you can get more extra time about like why you're doing it, and like the whole thing behind it of like why it's that way, and like the other ways you can do it.
Hi, I'm Claire, and I really have liked leopard time, and it's been very nice to have a structured time each day, to know that my pre-cal teachers will be there to help me, and the organized, they have it very structured. They have definitely been a little chaotic sometimes, and I missed like 7 days of school, and so I had a ton of work, and it was really nice to have each day I could go in and know that getting all the notes I missed were made up, and she had a plan and it was going to get fixed, and it was all, they had a structured plan. They were very organized and very helpful to help get through that.
So like I kind of said, really impressive team, excited about the work they're doing. And obviously our students get a lot of positive results from leopard time. So can we give our pre-cal team and students a hand, please? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, at this time, we are going to open a public hearing on the financial accountability rating system, School First. Dr. Duplessis.
Sorry. All right.
You're still up, so that's good.
I am. I had to dance a little. All right, we have some information for you. If you are from the public, I don't know if there was any public comment related to the hearing, so there's no public comment. If you are from the public and you did not print the board packet, or you have requests for information, we do have some packets available. Where are they? In the front, if you'd like a copy. So we always provide those each year when we do our School First accountability rating hearing. So School First is the financial integrity rating system of Texas, and what we're reviewing, which we're required to review annually, is our rating for the prior year. So this is our rating from 21-22, and that rating actually uses data from 2021. So it's always, you kind of have to go back a couple of years and looking at the information that we're presenting this evening. So the purpose of School First is for financial accountability. So there are a number of indicators that the state measures for all school districts, and all of those indicators add up to a score and a rating. So we'll share that information with you. There are a number of reporting requirements that school districts have to submit to the state that make up this annual financial management report, and we're required to have this public hearing. There are three types of indicators: critical indicators, solvency indicators, and financial competence indicators. So 3 basic categories and 4 possible ratings, A through F. So you could get an A of a superior achievement, a B, a C, or an F, meaning a substandard achievement. Recently, I went through taught a course on school finance, and we actually went out and sought various ratings from different school districts throughout the state. And most commonly are F substandard achievements or lack of reporting to the state for requirements like the audit. So starting in 21-22, that rating year and beyond, there are 20 total indicators, and you can see the score breakdown here. It follows pretty much what you think it would. There are some critical indicators that if the district does fail those, it's an automatic F. These are each indicator that are present in the system. So these are the 5 critical indicators. Indicator 5 hasn't been measured for some time because there were some accounting treatment changes that would have skewed the data. But for the other 4, we passed each of those critical indicators with the 2021 data. Those indicators are basically around submitting your financial audit, having an unmodified opinion on that audit, complying with all the payment terms required of the district for their debt, and having timely payments to other governmental agencies. We also have a number of solvency indicators. And so you'll see the scoring on each of these with the 2021 data here. So for 6 through 10, those are present on this slide. We did get 8 out of 10 in indicator 8 was the measure of current assets to current liabilities ratio for the school district, sufficient to cover short-term debt. And so you may have heard us speak in the last several months, and the board has approved some items to look at our debt and restructure some of those items so that we're paying them off quicker. In indicator 10, that was not rated this year, basically because it was looking at revenue variance compared to budget. So since this was using 2021 data for the 21-22 rating, no districts were scored by the state due to COVID. So here you'll see indicators 11 through 14 on solvency. I highlighted indicator 11 because this is the most significant change from the prior year rating the district received. Indicator 11 was the ratio of long-term liabilities to total assets for the school district sufficient to support long-term solvency as opposed to the short-term on the earlier indicator. The reason being, you'll see in parentheses that the school district's increase of students in membership or enrollment basically over 5 years was 7% or more, then the school district automatically passes this indicator. Lovejoy ISD had a 5-year average that met that requirement. So we had been automatically passing that indicator in prior years. And this was the first year that that membership average dropped enough that we did not get that automatic pass. So with the 2021 data, that indicator 11 fell to a 2 out of 10 for long-term solvency. Indicator 12 was the debt per $100 of assessed property value ratio sufficient to support future debt payments. We received an 8 out of 10, similar to what we did in the prior year and not too dissimilar from other districts that have experienced fast growth in the last 10 to 20 years. Our competence indicators, you'll see 15 through 20 here. Indicator 15, no districts were scored this year with the 2021 data. And again, that was based on comparison of actual to projected pupil enrollment. And again, because of COVID, the state decided not to score that this year. We also received a pass on several of the other competence indicators, our PEMS data, our audit reports, all the other items that you'll see there. We essentially passed or got all of the possible points available. So overall, our 21-22 district status detail based on that data we just reviewed from 2021, the district received a B, which is considered above standard achievement, with a score of an 88. Just to compare that to the prior 2021 rating that the district received based on 19-20 data, that prior year the district received an A or superior at a rating of 96, basically because of those 8-point difference in indicator 11. There are a number of required disclosures the district provides in the first rating report, essentially any costs that were borne by the administration or the board in regard to travel. And we had no significant amounts, but we do provide those reports to the state. And you'll see those detailed here. And again, this was for 2021. And so that is all the information that we wanted to review with you so that everybody was aware of the first rating for 21-22. And at this time, we'd be glad to answer any questions.
So the majority of the points lost, if I'm understanding right, are just based on our liability ratios. And do we know when those indicators would improve to?
We did look at that and it's going to take quite some time. So on indicator 11, looking at the long-term liabilities versus total assets, we have made some improvements, but it's going to take quite some years to change that in a significant enough way for that number to change. We're probably looking at 3 or 4 years.
So the fact that we're a fast growth district means we have more liabilities from the debt we've taken on to fund the growth. But now that we've leveled off and are no longer a fast growth district, we don't get that kind of automatic passing grade. So it's just going to take time to work through that. And then, so we should be expecting these scores for a while until we can improve those ratios over time, right?
That's absolutely correct.
I had one question. Do those long-term liabilities include the item that was in kind of our financial audit with the unfunded state teacher retirement funds, the unfunded liabilities that the state has not funded? Those,
The
included in
OPEB
our-
liabilities, those aren't considered in this calculation for long-term liabilities. Good question.
Other questions? And there were no public comment regarding this one? Okay. All right, we'll close the public hearing. Item 13 is our budget workshop. Dr. DeProsses.
Okay, thank you. So we're kicking off already the 23-24 budget development process. So we started this last year with our first workshop in November, and we're doing that again this year. Of course, we received the prior year fiscal year audit and report in October. So really November is the first time we can really start to use that information to build our planning for next year. So we'll have several items we'll go through here. Our goals for the first workshop are to kind of kick off the process, share some information pertinent to the budget development process for next year, which includes looking at our projection, what we originally adopted our budget at, the major changes that may have occurred since then, and the strategies we want to use to build out the 23-24 budget, and of course, answer any questions. So you may remember last year, our theme was reframing our story. And so I feel like based on what we shared last month with the financial audit report, a great deal of progress was made last year, but we're still roughing, and I'm using building terminology. So we're still working on fleshing out some of these things for 23-24 based on those focus areas of legacy of excellence, future ready students, and financial sustainability. So we'll review some projections. Again, revisit the board budget priorities that were established in November of last year. I'll mention a few financial initiatives that we're using this year based on those board budget priorities and share the budget development timeline. So in order to kind of preface the projection update, I wanted to hit some of the highlights of things that changed from when we adopted the budget to where we are today. The first is the VATRE revenue elimination. So with the election not passing, we needed to go back and remove that revenue from the adopted budget. We're required, if we are going to hold a VATRE election, to adopt the associated budget with that. So it's just part of the process. The second item was Lovejoy Scholar enrollment. I mentioned that earlier. So thanks to Anna and her hard work collecting paperwork, we were able to enroll more students in Lovejoy Scholars than we initially projected. So that was great news. And so we've updated our projection accordingly. The Child Development Center grant recognition timing I mentioned earlier in regard to the budget amendment. So we originally had that projected to be recognized in 23-24, and we had to move that forward to 22-23. So you'll see that difference there. We did have some increases in recapture, increases in total collections, but also an increase in ASF funding. So all those things kind of net out in the end. But on the positive side, we conservatively estimated interest income of about $20,000 this year based on past achievement. And so we're actually looking now to get about $80,000 this year. So we've adjusted our projection accordingly. Just some more specifics about those assumptions. So our total enrollment, last time I looked, was 4221.5 versus the 4210 that we projected. Of course, the mix is something we're also keeping a very close eye on, so that we're obviously also tracking the revenue that could potentially come in from Lovejoy Scholars. We're looking at transfers, all of those different things so that we can continue to refine those projections, but very pleased at the accuracy that we had for the total enrollment figure for this year. We did base the 22-23 projection on an attendance rate of 95.5%. And I want to thank our principals and our staff members involved in the attendance initiatives that they've been doing. Our actual attendance rate so far for the first 6 weeks was 97.1%. So that's definitely a positive. We did not build any of that positive movement into the projection as of yet, just because it's typical to have a higher attendance rate at the beginning of the year than it is at the end of the year. However, it is still tracking better than it has in prior years. So we know we're making progress. We just don't know exactly where we would end yet. We have had 8% property value growth built into this model throughout, just based on past performance. Doesn't have a huge impact on the budget because, of course, as the property value increases, the state reduces their funding. So it kind of nets out. But we also have built a 2% payroll increase into that forecast for next year and following years. And again, just built on those assumptions, this is what the model looks like. You may recall that we did end fiscal year 22 slightly more positively than we had initially projected by about $500,000. So we're starting off 22-23 in a much better position. I think we had originally estimated 94 days of fund balance. We ended with 97, so just a little bit better. And so coming into this year, you can see our projections based on those updates on the fiscal year 23 column. So we're estimating really quite a bit because of that Lovejoy Child Development Center grant. It is $250,000 that moved into 22-23 that is changing that figure significantly. So 22-23 is looking a lot better with a $1.8 million surplus projected at the end of the year and 112 days of fund balance. However, you can see where that tracks pretty quickly. In another 3 years, we're back down to 76 days of fund balance and a $1.9 million deficit. So again, we're basing all that information on the assumptions that we shared earlier, and hopefully that kind of makes sense with some of the changes that we shared.
Can I ask a couple of questions? What's the cumulative amount of that LCDC grant we got? Remind me.
Are there 4 payments? 4 payments, a little over $1 million.
Total of $1 million
Mhm.
collectively amongst the 4 payments.
Mhm.
We recognized all that this year versus half this year and half next.
We recognized some last year, 1 last year, 3 this year.
Say it again.
I'm sorry, we recognized 1 payment last year and then 3 this year.
Right. So we moved $500,000 forward.
250,000.
250. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you.
Right. So based on this projection, we also kind of wanted to look forward to what our budget priorities are for this year and continue that discussion. So what you'll see here listed on this slide for budget priorities is essentially the same as last year. We want to continue to focus on 1 and 2, and those are really kind of neck and neck, looking at our fund balance, our long-term financial sustainability, and really the goal of a 3 to 5 year plan to continue to achieve a minimum of 90 days of fund balance. And really approaching the more recommended 120 to 180 days based on our cash flow. Compensation, we know, is a critical part of maintaining our legacy of excellence. So that will always be a part of our priorities. And then attendance and enrollment have such a significant impact on our revenue that we also want to continue to look at those items. So in order to achieve those budget priorities, we will continue to do zero-based budgeting. We did that for the first time last year. We'll actually be having a meeting this week with our budget leaders on Wednesday and looking at the zero-based budgeting process for this year. We do have some folks who are not in the district last year. So it's a great opportunity to revisit and relook at things. And really is a pretty collaborative approach and seemed to work pretty well last year. We saved $300,000 going into this year's budget using that. We'll also look at staffing guidelines. We have a capital planning committee, which you'll hear a little bit more about here in a little bit. And program reviews, just continuing to look at the programming that we have in place and being as efficient as possible. So those other financial initiatives I mentioned, the capital planning committee will be similar to the financial sustainability committee that we held last year because it will include stakeholders from all across the district in an advisory capacity. We're going to be focused this time more on our long range needs. We know that we spent a lot of time looking at the general fund last year and operating funds, but we don't want to forget that there are a lot of things that we have in this district that have to be maintained and have to continue to be planned for. And so that's going to be the work of the capital planning committee. And we'll share a little bit more about that here in one of the future items on the agenda this evening. We will also do a compensation assessment. We did one last year. We look at three things. We look at an equity assessment, looking at all employees in their requisite positions in the district and where their compensation falls and making sure it's equitable. We also look at the market as a whole. So last year we set our benchmark at 5%, and any employee whose position was 5% or more off of market got an adjustment to fix that. And so we'll continue that work and bring those estimates and information forward throughout the budget process this year. We are working towards developing more detailed staffing guidelines. Of course, we've had some guidelines, but we're going to continue to work together on what that schedule and instructional model looks like for next year, so that we'll have those staffing guidelines set to be used for hiring in the spring. And this is the roadmap of our 23-24 budget development. You'll see kind of the major milestones here. The capital planning committee application went out earlier this month, and we'll be sharing the membership here this evening. You'll see the other items here related to the BATRE and capital planning this evening, having the first public hearing, reviewing our projections and board budget goals. We will continue kind of the internal work around the zero-based budgeting process starting later this week. And then you'll see several items on here throughout, some of them regarding zero-based budgeting and the process for district leaders to submit their budgets and for those to be reviewed. You'll see that the capital planning committee will be meeting January through April. You'll see things like staffing guideline updates in February and going into contracts in March and April. And again, always having budget workshops throughout the process for each month. We always adopt our budget in June, which is the required date, since we are a June 30 fiscal year end. So at this point, we'll be glad to answer any questions about our first budget workshop.
Interest income, what were the drivers to move it from 20 to 80?
To move
Our interest income,
Oh.
budgeted 20, it's actually 80. What's the driver there?
interest rates, just
So we are
doing
collecting
better.
more on our deposits. Better.
Mhm.
Okay.
And we have a slightly higher fund balance,
Say it again.
slightly higher balance in cash than we
Right.
had in the prior 2 years.
So recapture goes, as values go up, recapture goes from, if I'm reading this right, 350,000 a year to 7.2 million a year
That's
over
correct.
26, which reflects the increased values. And then the recapture going to the state,
Mhm.
correct? This is exclusive of or not including the BATRE, we've stripped that out.
That's correct.
Okay.
So essentially you've got some updated projections from the last time, but in fiscal year 26, recapture will be about 15% of our revenue.
ADA staying constant, values going up really don't help us. And
Sure.
so,
No, it's a recapture formula, that's a formulation problem, it's not.
yeah,
That's my point.
well, it's, yeah, the amount we're allotted per student. And that $1 million is the one-time hit, so that's excluded from 23-24, correct? From the revenue model.
The.
The grant, LCDC grant
Yes.
recognized.
So, well, we moved the 250,000, that last payment from fiscal year 24 to 23.
Okay.
I noticed that we are projecting the tax rate to continue to fall, and that would be because of compression on the M&O side.
Yes, exactly. And so we base that estimate basically on a state template that's provided. So we won't know the actual rate.
Right.
And other than the 2% raise, we're not budgeting for any additional inflation, right?
That's a good question. We have increased a few small items going into 23, 24. We have not input a percentage for each year for inflation. Frankly, because the model wouldn't bear it right now. But essentially the things that we know would increase our CAD cost, a little bit of insurance. But there's not a factor given for every single year in the model.
So roughly 12% of our total revenue is on items that, other than salaries that would inflate, correct?
That's correct.
So 12% of our total revenue would be subject to the inflationary component.
Yes.
And what factor would you say overall we put on that thus far?
Probably about 1 to 2%.
2%, okay.
Mhm.
Over and above what it was last time we saw it.
Correct.
All right.
So I just want to make, I know the answer to this, but I just want to make sure that it's clear for the community when they're looking at this document, the projections. These increases in expenditures and increases in revenue over the course of the projections, those factor in the recapture issue.
Yes.
Correct, both some revenue, but a majority of increased expense.
Right. So we have some increased revenue and then some increased
Yeah, 'cause
expense.
as we sit here today, in the early stages of budgeting for this year, we're not planning to spend an additional 8 million in expenses or 9 million roughish in expenses in fiscal year 26, but recapture will force that on us.
That's correct.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Item 14 on to technology. You're still the winner.
I get to share this one then. Dr. Tinsley and I wanted to share with you some information in regard to technology and more specifically in regard to technology devices. And so just a real quick timeline here. We did start conducting some analysis last spring in regard to the technology devices that were in place in the district and what we think we may need. And what we really discovered is we needed to kind of pause, take a deeper look. We needed to complete an inventory. We needed to look at what our enrollment would actually be this fall. And we needed to take into account any grant funding that we may receive. As an example, we applied for some ECF funding. We didn't receive that. However, the Education Foundation did grant a number of devices, and we'll share some detail on that here shortly. But essentially, we started looking at this in the spring. This fall, the technology department worked to inventory all the devices that we had on our campuses. And then we started talking about what kind of instructional model or resources were needed in comparison with that inventory that was conducted. Fun times too, in the spring, there will be more online testing. All of the testing is really moving to online formats. So we're also looking at what the requirements are for student testing at various grade levels. Each year they send out information in regard to what type of devices and the device requirements to take these tests. And so that was reviewed as well. So essentially the process for our inventory system, I want to thank Jeff for his work on that. He's behind the curtain. And Devin and all of our technology team. It took all of them to go out and look at tagging every device, looking at physically locating them, keying in their information. We also kind of cross-checked that. So several of our staff members also completed an online Google form so we can match all of that information up together. So it was quite a task because we really didn't have a fully accurate inventory of those devices. As you can imagine, during COVID, devices just kind of went out quickly. So trying to step back and look at what we have. So you'll see things like this, the physical asset tag. And then this is just a snip of that asset tag system. that we're currently using, so we can see where our devices are, what the serial number is, what age they are, and so forth. So we can also use that asset record to assign it to a user. And they'll automatically have an email that says that it's checked out. And so as a result, what you see here was the current inventory once that was complete. So you'll see Chromebooks, Windows laptops, MacBooks, desktops, iPads. We got a little bit of everything. And you can see what we have at the various campuses. The device additions for 2022-23, we were fortunate enough to be the beneficiary of a number of grants from the Education Foundation. So I definitely want to pass on our thanks for that. We received about $247,000 worth of devices because of those grants. And you'll see those device numbers listed here, primarily Chromebooks. And what you'll see is that's the impact on the inventory once we add in what was received from those grants and get an accurate assessment of our inventory. The reason you see Chromebooks highlighted in green is because it really is the most readily accessible, easiest, cost-effective device for student use, and specifically for testing. A lot of this is just really designed around that. So what we found is, yes, we have some specialized courses that may require different technology, but for the mainstream testing process, Chromebooks are really the ideal situation and really helps our teachers and our students not to have to learn many different types of devices to try to ensure that testing is all operating correctly if everybody has the same type of device. And so we do have some Chromebooks that we know are going to be retired. We had some retire at the end of last year. And then we've listed here the Chromebook numbers that would be retired in June of 2023 based on their age. So starting 23-24, you can see what the device needs are there. But we are primarily focused this year on assessing short-term what our needs are for those Chromebooks for testing and then further developing a long-term plan. So Dr. Tinsley's going to share some information on the benefits and challenges of using the various devices.
So as Jennifer mentioned, what we discovered through this inventory process, we really were not systematic across the district. It was kind of dependent on what the campuses thought the needs were for their campuses. And so kids were getting access to technology, but we did not have a systematic plan in place. So with the hope of this, we really took some time to look at the devices that we did have on our campuses. And we looked at it from an instructional standpoint. And so we took the 4 different areas, as Jennifer mentioned, the Chromebooks, they are the most cost efficient. Average cost on those is about $370. That also includes, if we decided to send those home with students, it includes a case, some other parts that go with that. So that's kind of an average price. For our younger students, and you'll see this in a few minutes, the nice thing about iPads, it does have the touch option. You can purchase Chromebooks with that touch option for students who might need that. Special accommodation and for our younger kiddos too. It also supports our testing platforms. When we talk about testing, all of the STAR testing is moving to online testing this year. And what we have found with some of our laptops, it does not support the testing platforms that we're using for STAR, AP testing, into course assessments. We're able to also support those through our staff with in-house repairs. We're not having to send those out, where some of these other devices, the Apple devices particularly, we do have to send out, and it's not as cost efficient. It supports the curriculum requirements and the digital instructional materials that we have. Testing is important, but we also feel like we're missing some opportunities where we need to tap into technology more so with some of our instructional resources. The life expectancies on Chromebook is about 4 to 5 years, which is pretty good when you consider the cost on those. We are pretty much a Google district, and it supports Google very well. And so some of the drawbacks might be that we might have is that some of our middle school and high school courses that are more advanced, Chromebooks would not be the most suitable technology device. It may require something with more memory and more accessible options on that. So laptops, there are some pros and cons with that as well too. The pros would be is it would support some of those more advanced courses that we need for technology. It also, some of our laptops right now, it does, we are using those where teachers can access those and they can take them home, and it does help with planning and preparation, but we would see those more so for a teacher use, not as much for students. It also supports our safety and security program, as do our Chromebooks, so Go Guardian, to where we can monitor what our students are getting access to and not getting access to. Cost on those is higher, of course, than a Chromebook. You usually can get a couple of Chromebooks for the cost of a laptop. It has, like I said, inconsistencies with supporting testing platforms. The in-house repairs are more challenging, and also with some of our, we have several different types of laptops. We have MacBooks, we have Dells, we have just some regular PCs. So again, that's where some of the consistency exists. On our, pretty much, you're not seeing as many labs in schools now, where in the past you did see desktop labs. With feedback from our campuses and our campus leaders, that they really feel like those are not as, they don't have the flexibility in those labs. There are still some needs for labs. You're going to see those more at the high school and middle school, but pretty much our elementary schools are no longer using labs in that setting. The desktop does support testing platforms. We are able to support those more through in-house repairs. Pretty much very similar supports that you would find in a Chromebook, is just they're going to be more costly and not as much flexibility, less mobility. And then iPads, everybody loves the iPads. They are very mobile, especially for our little ones. We do have a lot of iPads down at the lower levels, but pretty much they're so old is that they don't support much of the program that we're adding to those now. So we're really not looking at replacing those iPads, because we feel like Chromebooks can do the same thing, particularly if we offer the touch option on those. So any questions before I move on about benefits and challenges of the different devices?
How much more are the touch options for the Chromebooks? Are they significantly more
No,
expensive?
not significantly. I don't know, Diana, did we ever get about $40 is what we were figuring? Yeah.
Okay, so that's
Mhm.
pretty reasonable. Also, and so you're talking a lot about the software is not available for the iPads anymore because they've gotten so old.
Mhm, the memory on
So
it, yeah.
the newer forms of this software is Chrome compatible. 'Cause
Right,
it's
correct.
more or less browser based, kind of.
And we teach keyboarding in the younger grades too. We're required to teach that. So it does give us that option a little bit more easily than an iPad would as well.
Oh, fun. Okay,
Mhm.
cool.
So just some challenges that we are seeing currently. We have found that many of our instructional materials have shifted to digital sources. So you're not seeing as many textbooks that are hard copies. Some of our programs that our teachers prefer are digital resources. And so with our current state, with our number of devices, it does create some limitations for students to access some of those instructional resources. As I mentioned, some of the older devices are not able to support the programs that we currently have. The challenge sometimes when we've had questions, well, students have their own personal devices. Well, when they bring their own personal devices into the schools, we don't have the ability to monitor the security on those, because of course they don't have the software loaded on those devices like we do our district devices. Like I said, most testing platforms now have shifted totally to digital. I can't think of many at all that we are not doing that are not digital assessments, even with our little ones. We have, as I mentioned, we have a misalignment right now. We see K-12. And so you may have students from one campus who maybe have access to one-on-one, then they'll change campuses and they don't have that access any longer. So it does negatively impact students at times, and also teachers' ability to access those instructional materials. And we just pretty much need those. It's to meet some of the expectation of the techs with the standards that we have, particularly related to technology. Just a little overview of the importance of technology in education. I keep repeating myself on how many of our instructional resources are digital now. It also, we believe that and research shows this, that it does increase student engagement. It helps teachers improve their lesson planning and facilitates personalized learning for our kids. They also create more of an inclusive learning environment that fosters collaboration. When you think about the real world, how are we collaborating? Much of that is through technology. And so that gives our staff and our students that capability to do that, whether they're on site or off site. It improves the productivity and efficiency for our teachers to monitor student progress. You didn't see that in the presentation from our pre-cal team, but much of that, they're doing that digitally, where they're looking at their student data supports. It's also prepares students for college and careers after high school and enables that collaboration and production of products through our future ready skills.
All right, so if we compare what we've been talking about in regard to the current inventory that we have in place versus the Chromebooks available based on this year's enrollment plus the devices that we've achieved via the foundation grants, this is the amount of Chromebooks that we would be lacking for that testing. And so you can see the estimated total cost of $143,671 on the right. So really just focusing on only those Chromebooks needed for testing for students on those particular campuses.
In this year.
In this current year, correct. So we do recognize that after we retire devices, these are some of the things that we need to look at. We need to plan for what the retirement cycle is of those. We are entering into the capital planning process, so that will be part of that, as well as looking at any changes desired from the instructional model or any other device requirements the district may have. But we're just not there yet at this point. We know that based on what is needed for testing for Chromebooks on these particular campuses, that this is kind of the gap analysis for the current year. And so really our goal is to make sure that we're providing similar devices to all students, that it's effective for testing, that we have enough standardization that teachers can support that our testing, our other staff members who help support testing can help students get online, have a successful experience with the testing process, and that we're able to provide that this year while we're also looking forward to what we will do next year in future planning.
So that brings us to item 15, which we can ask our questions from 14 there as well.
Okay.
Same topic. So item 15, consider an act on technology devices.
Yes, so based on the assessment of the short-term gap analysis needs on student devices for testing, those Chromebooks are being requested at a total of $143,671 in funding, which would come from the 2021 series of bonds, which have already been issued, and the proceeds are already available. So it is the administration's recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve the purchase of those technology devices as presented, not to exceed $143,671.
So question or statement of recap from our understanding. 143,671 gets us through the end of 2022, 2023.
Yes.
And through the capital planning process, we'll evaluate future needs and then potentially, obviously, look at that purchase at a later date and a different time.
That's correct.
Okay.
On how much money is remaining on the bond funds after this purchase?
Yes, I know there's probably about 3 million roughly in remaining bond funds. Plus we still have $8 million in authorized bonds that we have not yet sold. So that gives kind of a rough estimate of the total availability.
I kind of like, I like hearing that y'all are standardizing where you can, where it makes sense, but still having specific need devices that are available to the students too, especially at the high school level with the advanced like engineering courses and the robotics courses and stuff like that. So I like that we're not just standardizing for the sake of standardizing, that we're standardizing where we can and addressing those needs where we need to. I like to hear about collaboration. I like to hear about personalized learning. I love all those kinds of choices. Not only are we addressing our needs for testing, but we're also addressing those other needs too in this same purchase, is what I'm hearing.
That's correct.
So I know the foundation, you mentioned it in here, has supported technology a lot over the years. And I know you'd mentioned it was maybe siloed somewhat by campus and probably even department on how those grants were written and requested. I don't know how to make that more efficient so that whatever they're doing to support is in concert with budgeting, and this capital planning foundation probably needs to be kept up to speed on that so that they can continue to support and be effective.
I've already been in conversations with the foundation on that. The grants or applications are coming up. They do know that this is what we have been working on. In fact, conversations last spring when they were looking at awarding the grants, they knew we were in the process of conducting or beginning an inventory. You're right. You're exactly right, though. What's happened, it's just been pockets or classrooms. Many times it's not geared toward a whole campus. So they're very much aware and in partnership with this on moving forward with this too. I think this information will be very helpful for them as well.
Other questions? Great questions. If not, I'd consider a motion.
That we accept the administration's recommendation for purchase of technology devices.
So moved. Julie McLaughlin.
Second.
Second, Marvin Bobo. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. And to reiterate, thank you for the support the foundation's given us for
Absolutely.
ever in regards to technology. It's been unrelenting and appreciated, and the community for funding and providing to the foundation for sure. Item 16, consider an act on the capital planning committee charge and membership.
I just sat down just a little too soon. So I'm excited about the capital planning committee for this coming year. As you've noted throughout the last several months, we've been trying to look at making sure our gap analysis on anything we need from a short-term basis is well assessed and taken care of. But we also realize that there's a lot of future planning that needs to take place. There has been planning that's been done in the past. Of course, our enrollment trends have changed dramatically since COVID. And as we look at all of our standards across the district, we recognize that this is something we need to put together a lot of stakeholder voice around, similar to what we did last year with the Financial Sustainability Committee. So if you've never heard of a capital plan, it's essentially a roadmap so that we can plan for and address large purchases. So that could be anything from facilities to technology to school buses, any of those larger purchases that we would not pay for out of the general operating fund. So part of that capital plan includes comparison of our projections, our intended outcomes, and what our current state is, and really from a team-based approach, making sure that we're not being myopic in any way and that we're considering everything. So you'll see the capital planning committee purpose listed here, a stakeholder committee formed by the Board of Trustees and district leadership. And the purpose being to assess and make recommendations related to short-term and long-range capital needs. So that could include anything from facilities, fleet, technology, furniture, fixtures, equipment. The capital planning committee will provide input to the district in support of strategic goals and those needs. So the committee will strategically balance the district's identified capital needs and long-term financial decision-making in order to achieve the district's mission and commitment to the Lovejoy experience. So we did put out applications for the committee, and those applications did include the charge for the committee, which you see listed here, essentially reviewing data on those needs, developing and understanding public education delivery models and how we use those today and what may be needed to support that type of instruction, understanding the district's current capital needs. Oftentimes, some of the things that are most expensive are the most invisible, but we need to know what they are so we can plan accordingly. And also assess the funding methods available for such purchases, identify opportunities for prioritization, planning, scheduling of such purchases, while we also make sure that we're considering the educational needs of the students and aligning the recommendations with where we're going as a district. We want to ensure that we have representation from the entire school district community and that we're looking at all of our joint values, priorities, and perceptions. So all recommendations will align with our mission, core values, graduate profile, and our three focus areas of legacy of excellence, future ready students, and financial sustainability. And so you'll see more of the parameters here. Participants will be selected to provide representation from the entire staff and community. And we have kind of set forth some membership expectations in the application process to ensure that those who are a part of this important committee are really engaged in the work of that committee. So we started talking about this, I think, back in August. In terms of having the committee and what that plan and timeline needed to be. So I think it was actually a day or two before November 14th, we sent out that application community-wide via several different methods. And today we're here to share the membership applications with you and the charge for the committee for approval. This committee will meet monthly from January through April. And then in May, at the 9th board workshop, the committee will bring forward their recommendations to the Board of Trustees. And so this is just an outline of those meeting dates. And so we will focus on some of these topics during those meetings. We'll look at our demography, capacity of our facilities, and what was already developed in Lovejoy 2030 from the operations subcommittee, make sure that we kind of look at that work as we develop those strategic targets and what those outcomes need to be. We'll tour facilities. We'll look at observations that were made during that process in comparison with the outcomes that are desired and develop some recommendations. So we do have a list of the committee members. We are still developing the list of staff members, but we do have a list of the community members. And so let me see if I can pull that up.
They have them in their folder.
Do you have them in your folder?
They
Okay.
do.
So we'll make sure that we have that posted after the meeting. But essentially, we've got about 24 members on the list that you'll see before you. And that represent kind of a cross section of our parents, our community members. As I mentioned before, we will be adding some staff members to the membership charter, but we did want to at least start with ensuring that we had community members assigned to the committee.
The Education Foundation represented in this list, I believe Henri is on still.
I believe so. But
He's still an officer.
Okay, good. That was the only question I didn't ask. Huh? Don, okay. Oh, yeah, in case of James. Okay, good. So with that, if there are no questions, you have questions? If not, we will entertain a motion to approve the charge to form the committee.
I move we approve the committee as listed here.
Second.
So move Marvin, second Julie, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we'll try.
Item 17 is the intruder detection audit.
I was on a roll, Kevin.
You get to sit down for a moment.
Thank you. At the beginning of November, we received a call from an auditor from the state, or actually from Region 10, notifying us that we would receive another door audit at some time during the month of November. So like we had mentioned, after our previous audit, we'll share the details of those with you guys in closed session, which we did earlier this evening, and just notify the community when that happens due to the sensitivity of the information that could be involved. So we did that earlier today, but we did receive a door audit on the 17th at Lovejoy High School. Other than without sharing any of the information publicly, I would like to share with you just some of the comments that the auditor shared with us and the extent to which we go to provide security for our campuses. All of the things that we have in place, such as our door alarms when a door is propped open, our PLDs that our staff have that allow them to notify administration, security when there's a threat on our campus. He said, and I don't want to misquote him, so I'll summarize but I believe he shared with Casey and Regan, who are at the high school, that if we didn't mind, he would love to send other schools out to Lovejoy to show them what improvements they could potentially make at their schools as well. So that was a huge compliment to Casey and his team, and the security that you guys have allowed us to put in place on our campuses. And so that's our third audit that we've received in the district. We have two more that we could potentially have before the end of the school year, which would be Hart and Sloan Creek. Those are the last two that we would have.
Great job.
Thank you.
All right. Item 18 is our board legislative advocacy agenda. Excited to hear about it.
So I thought before we talk about the priorities, I'd start us off by kind of discussing the why of forming a legislative subcommittee. So this is a new effort, and it's a hands-on effort. And our goals are simple. Number one, we want to prioritize a legislative agenda, identify goals and priorities, organize efforts and direct those efforts toward achieving those goals and priorities, and utilize a hands-on approach to seize an opportunity. I think everyone would agree that it's an important time for public schools in Texas and for Lovejoy. And to tease the priorities just a little bit, I think the priorities reflect the gravity and seriousness of the challenges that we're facing, on all public schools are facing in Texas. Another reason why to form the legislative subcommittee is it's a great opportunity to bring the community together, educate one another, and advocate for common goals. I think that's important. Thirdly, we'll have a structure to identify and work with other districts facing the same challenges and pool our advocacy efforts as a group, which I think is important for success in the upcoming session. And with that said, the regular session starts in January. So it's a time to move swiftly and decisively to improve the educational opportunities for Lovejoy.
And just to echo some comments of appreciation to Jeff, Jason, and Julie, we have an extremely talented board, and appreciate you guys doing this extra work to help us drive these initiatives. So
we when we started this process of forming a subcommittee for specifically around legislative priorities, this district has a history of being involved with legislative advocacy, but we have never organized it in a process that's beyond one person leading the charge, right? So that's one thing that was so important to us, is to be effective, not just in a one thing that's important in any given year. We need to make this a ongoing, year-round priority for not just the board, but for the community. We put together a charter document, kind of outlining 3 main pillars of what we're trying to accomplish as a subcommittee, but really more importantly as a community. Some of these are going to echo what Jeff already mentioned, but one of the pillars was developing a relationship with our legislative delegation. I guess it was our senator, our House of Representatives member, our State Board of Education member. That could even go down to the local level, the mayors in the community. So all the people that we can form relationships with, not just with the board and the administration, but really everyone in the community. The more we can work to build a process to improve those relationships, the more effective we're going to be. Not trying to do it all by ourselves, but partnering with other school districts. I've started having conversations with other board members in other districts about how we can build on things that maybe they've already got in place and not just try to reinvent it ourselves, figure out where we have common ground, because the more we can build a consensus within the community, and not even just our community, but other maybe even more populous communities that have these same representatives, then the more effective we can be. So it really does have to be a community effort. And then really education to the parents in the community about not just where we are, but how we got here and things we've done historically. The more we can get people involved and going down to Austin and building the relationships, then the more effective we'll be to achieving the priorities that I think Julie's gonna talk a little bit about.
So the second document you have is a proposed list of legislative priorities. And so I wanted to walk through a little bit how we came about these. So we started with a real healthy discussion amongst our committee members about challenges that we may see facing our district as trustees, but also maybe even those concerns that we have as parents and as voters for our Texas Public School District. We had also a great conversation with Katie, and we took her seasoned professional opinion as to the challenges facing Lovejoy and what would really benefit us from a legislative perspective. Picking up on what Jeff and Jason were saying is we didn't want to do this in a vacuum. So we wanted to pull up with what other Texas school districts were also doing. So I was easily able to find, we've got Frisco, we've got South Lake Carroll, Allen, Grapevine, Colleyville, Plano, Leander, and Louisville. So I took a look at those that we were able to find easily. We also compared the legislative advocacy agendas for other entities that come together to proactively advocate for public schools, such as the Texas School Coalition and the Texas Association of School Boards. And so pulling that all together, Katie also solicited some input from her cabinet. And so what we have today is a proposal for the board to consider of 5 legislative priorities for the district. I'm going to step through them briefly, give you a little color, and then we would like to open it up for discussion. So first, we need to adequately fund our public school. I think that has been a common theme that we have discussed as a community for some time now. Our basic allotment hasn't changed since 2019, and a lot has changed in the world since 2019. Also, having a formula that is clearer with regard to what that allotment will change over time, which not only helps us cover the cost of inflation, but also gives the district some improved visibility for long-term planning as to what we might expect from a revenue perspective. We'd also like to advocate for basing our school funding formula on student enrollment rather than a percentage of attendance. As a public school district, we are required to stand ready and provide an education for every student that is enrolled, regardless of if they actually walk in the door that day. We have to hire the teacher, we have to provide the classroom and the materials. Katie's also been sharing with us the list of unfunded mandates that we are required as a school district to cover, but yet we have no funding associated with that. And so we would like to collectively say this is really, particularly for a smaller district like ours, becomes very important. Second is around recapture. We spent some time talking about that a little bit earlier. We have a recapture balloon happening here in Lovejoy. That is a patented term. I don't know if anyone else has used that, but and I actually have to update these numbers because we were growing from around 250,000 that we paid as a district in 2021. And we were projecting 6.4 million, but our latest one that Jennifer just shared with us is over $7.2 million worth of recapture. And that is not anything different than we're doing as a district, nothing different about how we are operating and relatively flat enrollment, and yet our recapture is growing at that rate. We also want to really advocate for all funds that are collected from our school district in the form of recapture are actually used for the purpose of public education. So I've seen varying numbers, maybe Jennifer can correct me, but I've seen maybe 1.4 billion or 1.8 billion that was excess collected and recapture this year by the state from districts. They had a positive surplus. So we want that to be used for public education, and particularly for our property tax owners who are assessing their growth and rising property taxes and assuming that all of that's going to the district when it's not. And there's a large piece of that that's going to recapture. So we advocate for transparency for property tax owners. And also we would like more golden pennies instead of copper pennies. Third is around recruiting and retaining our teachers. And I know Anna has some cabinet updates a little bit later today, but we certainly know that first bullet is being able to compensate them fairly. That second bullet is around their medical premium costs, which is growing at a rapid pace and can somewhat outpace the amount of compensation increases. I think many of you heard in the news that Texas as a state had a record surplus. When I pulled the number, it was 27 billion. Then I pulled another article that said more than 50 billion. So I'll have to validate that number. And certainly there are many opinions around the state as to how the state should use that surplus. And so we're going to weigh in with our opinion, which is that we are sitting on roughly 26 billion in unfunded pension liabilities. That came up in our audit report where we had to show a share of unfunded. The state has, yeah, not us, excuse me.
Per district, it's.
Texas. And so we're saying, hey, take that one-time windfall and make sure your liabilities are covered. And then, of course, just anything that we can do to incent teachers to enter the workforce. Number 4 is around safety and security, just being able to provide funding for that. And to do that in a way that the district can choose how best to deploy those funds. So for example, there might be some funding available, but it might be restricted to maybe buying radios or buying door locks. But if we already have those items, then we are not eligible for that funding. And so for right now, Lovejoy taxpayers and community are paying for school marshals, which we find to be very important. And we'd like to increase that funding that would help offset that cost. And also just from a mental health perspective, we'd like to lower the student to counselor ratio to be able to provide both educational and social emotional supports. And then lastly is just around local control, the ability for us as a team to be able to make decisions for our local community. And importantly, that second one is around tax proposals that go on the ballot and the ability to have clear language that adequately explains what that measure is actually going to collect and not necessarily a calculation that doesn't make sense to voters. And so importantly, at the top, we are trying to align these priorities with our core values as a district, which center around the kids coming first. So I'd love to open it up for feedback from the board.
Well, my feedback is that you guys have done an excellent job of getting us started and the work is impressive. And like I said, very talented folks working on this and very talented board as a whole, and grateful for the time that you put into it and the work that we're going to do going ahead. So.
Yeah, I thought this was a fantastic first stab at the legislative priorities. It's comprehensive, covers a lot of the bases that I had a lot of concerns about as a board member. Also as a parent and a taxpayer in this community. You know, a lot of these concerns I've talked with my wife about, talked with community members about on a regular basis. Why is this going on here? I'm worried about this, I'm worried about that. This lays it out. It provides language for that. I've had several community members saying, what do I say to my representative? And I said, well, give it a little bit of time. I think something's going to come out that you'll know. And now that I'm reading it, you know, I got a little bit of preview earlier in our board book, but now I've read this, this is it. So if you're asking me what you need to say to your reps, it's right here. It's listed down. Now you don't necessarily have to use these exact words, but whatever you feel strongly about, it's time to write, it's time to contact. And I'm just very pleased about this, especially writing down that we get a few more golden pennies. I'm concerned about local control. I feel like we are losing local control in our school boards. And it's happening by 1,000 cuts, not by one big swipe. And so I love to hear and see and read about restoring local control in some of these statements. I think that's a very, very positive move. And so fantastic job.
So there's more to come. Could we just thumbnail next steps?
Well, so immediate next steps is this was just an introduction of the priorities in our charter to get discussion here. And to allow the community to review the priorities in the charter and weigh in on that. I think the plan would be to approve the charter and the priorities if the board was so inclined at the December, what date is that? December 12th meeting. So, but, you know, thank you, Julie, for kind of getting all this down into a format that looks like smart people wrote it. And, you know, I do think these priorities cover a wide range of issues that are uniquely important to us, but that are urgent priority items across the state of Texas with respect to school funding, transparency and reducing the cost of recapture, and you know, retaining and hiring teachers. I mean, the state has a task force because they've identified that this has reached a crisis level. And so, my hope is that we attended a lot of candidate forums during the election cycle, and everybody I heard speak, so they said their top priority was public education. And now we get to see if they really meant that. So we've always had great support from our local elected officials. But we're looking at expanding this to a statewide level. And I think the community, the opportunity for participation, it will be there on a number of fronts. The priorities address three key areas. One is advocacy with representatives. We'll be organizing trips to Austin. We'll be having voter forums and meetings to kind of streamline arguments, priorities, and kind of our talking points for those meetings. And as Jason said, this is not going to be just aimed at this legislative session. This is going to continue on in the future and become a yearly process. I think Julie's talked about, we'll have a website, we'll have this information, we'll have form letters that you can send to your legislators. We'll be talking about key dates as the legislation starts. We'll be analyzing what bills are on the floor, either in House Ed Committee or Senate Ed Committee. And we'll be, attaching our, not likes or dislikes, but we'll attaching our priorities to some of these bills. This could be a long effort. I mean, I think the last two legislative sessions, they haven't passed a school finance bill or settled on a school finance issue for the budgeting processes until a special session was called. I remember being in Austin in the August heat, still advocating for things that they've been talking about for 6 months. So, this is going to be a marathon, not a sprint. But we really want to organize our efforts, give clarity to those efforts, and be effective in our advocacy to be able to achieve some of these goals, which, are really important at this time, not just for us, but for the entire public education system in Texas.
I just wanted to add, I would like to specifically invite and encourage the community to provide feedback on these items. And that's why we're hoping to give that time period between this meeting and the December meeting to be able to allow time for that. We were kind of envisioning that the charter would change maybe biennially, that these would be the priorities that we would accomplish maybe this first year or two. And then over time, as we mature the process, we would be able to change that going forward.
I would just say one other thing about there's going to be, when you say what's next, Barrett, I think there's going to be a lot of opportunity for us as a board and as a community for that matter to get training. There's a lot of resources out there that can help us learn how to be more effective and be efficient with this process as we do start to get organized, more so than we've been in the past, at least on these things. And the Texas legislature only meets every other year, right? But a lot of the real work for advocacy happens not while they're in session, but in the off session. That's why we have to develop the relationships and attend the grassroots meetings and do the things, because the bills have already been crafted at this point for the coming session. We want to have ongoing impact. So yeah, we can try to have conversations about this session that's about to start in January, but this is really playing the long game. So that's why making sure we have as many opportunities for community to get involved and build the relationships. That's what's ultimately going to make the difference, I think.
We're asking for the board's approval on the charter to grant us the authority to proceed to pursue these types of options, and also to make sure that we're adopting the correct legislative priorities that represent the district.
So we're going to propose that at the December 12th meeting, right? So my ask would be, obviously, we're evolving this and starting it. It's going to evolve and change. It'll have a life of its own, which is great. That's what we want. Could you also include some draft of a calendar for us to approve as well? Perfect. All right. And then
we have to get busy just because, to their point, the legislative session is actually about to start.
Right.
And so we want to I read a stat that there's over 1,000 pieces of education finance or education related bills in any one session, which is great. I mean, most of them don't make them out of committee, but we want to be able to keep this board up to date as to what are those key pieces of legislation, how that might impact Lovejoy ISD, just to the extent that our community members might want to also advocate for those items.
Yep. My only other comment would be, given the short time frame in this legislative session, it's a great opportunity to begin to build those relationships, even if we're not getting all the things that we want, which we won't. But if we narrow down on one or two things we really want to go after. And
We want all this.
I know, I agree 100%. But so that we can hone in, then I think that might also be a ranking of those talking points as well. But great work, very impressive, excited about it, and really thankful, and look forward to getting the charter approved on the agenda next meeting. So very impressive. Anything else, Amy? All right, great. Thank you all very much. Item 19 is an update on our community coffee talks. So I just wanted to say thank you to the community that's came out and attended so far. We had a nice showing. We had a nice presence from the community at our first meeting at Lovejoy High School in the library. I thought we had a great dialogue. I thought the community was impressive and respectful, and I thought it was worthwhile. And it was fruitful, I think, for all involved, hopefully. I know it was for me, and I appreciate that. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I would invite all and any to come out and visit. We will try to have an open dialogue to the extent we can about whatever it is you want to talk about. We want to hear from you and engage with you. We want to continue to build this relationship with the community and bring together our efforts towards the same goal. As I've spoken to many community members, and as I heard in that room, we're all here for the same reason. The tactic to get to the end goal may or may not be the same, and there's reasons for all of them, and there's relevance to most all of them. So I was encouraged, and I hope those that attended were too. I know the board really appreciates you coming out, and the administration, and investing your time to continue to make and preserve the greatness of this community, which has been a blessing to my family beyond all things, really. So I know we have much work to do. We're going to continue to do it. So would just invite you and encourage you to come out and engage with us. So any other points that I missed? The discussion was much around, obviously, the VATRE and the history there, tax rate, a lot of educational topics that were good, I think, for many to talk through and discuss the perspectives with which some of those things were viewed and how that went. And then we got a litany of conversational points, ideas, suggestions, kudos, all those things from the community. So all very, very productive. All right. So look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. We got 2 tomorrow, 1 in the morning, 1 in the evening, and I hope you'll make time to come out. Item 20 is cabinet reports.
So I just wanted to provide a few brief updates. As we looked at the outcome of the VATRE election, we had several questions regarding voter data and demographics of the district and some of that information that's gathered post-election. So I did want to point out that Conn County Elections is still finishing up. They have all their different entities canvassed and have to wait for all those dates to develop some of their information, but we do have a few things to share. First, just to recap, this is a demographic study that we had done last year. And so a couple of highlights here that would be relevant to the election would be the overall population of about 16,342. Our total households in the district of about 5,236. You may notice in the upper right corner, our age distribution in 2021 is projected more around the 55 to 64 distribution, and the school age population of about 2,925. So some of those figures are just kind of things that we look at in terms of the election outcome voter turnout. Some of these demographics are probably shared with several of the other districts that had failed VAT re-elections this year. And just a reminder, of course, our enrollment, especially at the kindergarten level, is projected to bottom out and then decline slightly. So that's something that also affects those future demographics. And we do have a yield of about 1 student per household in the district. Our new home occupancy forecast, again, kind of back to the comment on the first rating and some of those changes in enrollment. We're not seeing quite as much, of course, in these years than we have in prior years in terms of new home occupancy. But this is kind of interesting. This is our polling place here in Lovejoy ISD and our daily early voter turnout. So lots of early voters in Lovejoy. You'll see kind of consistent. I'm guessing it rained on October 30th. I don't really remember. But we have about 400 folks coming through just about every day on those early voting turnouts. And so you can see here that it's kind of fuzzy, so I just snipped it from the Collin County office, but they have several different reports that you can run. But essentially you can see our total votes there, 39% voted for the VAT and 61% roughly against. And you can see how that split out between election day, early voting, and we did have some ballot by mail. In comparison with our current year PEMS data, we kind of went through and determined that we have about 2,346 families that attend Lovejoy ISD. 2,055 are residents, 166 families are Lovejoy scholars, and 125 are employees families. So one of the things I mentioned earlier was just kind of looking at the makeup of our enrollment. And so we have seen a slight decline in employee families. We're trying to promote that as much as possible. But essentially, it's just kind of the nature of ebbs and flows in employees base and how many students they may bring to the district or not. So we're tracking all of those items so we can continue to refine our projections. But that's just a little bit of what we could capture so far from those election results reports from the county. In terms of other finance updates, we're looking at developing some budget training. I mentioned before, we will be kicking off the zero-based budget process this week, but we also wanted to do some kind of overall business office training because we have had quite a number of staff members transition. And I've shared before in the last couple of board meetings, some of the items that we've tried to do to become less paperful. As an example, this week, we've rolled out doing a process where we're sharing invoices electronically as opposed to via email. So in the past, individual invoices were emailed to one accounts payable person for processing. And now we're going to use Google and put that all in a format where it's easily droppable and we can process that stuff quickly and make it more streamlined. So that's just an example of some of the things that we're going to try to do. And then they provided a lot of communication and documentation around, but there's nothing better than sitting down with people for an hour or two and going through that training. So we'll look to plan that in the next couple months. We are updating our forecasts and enrollment projections. We do submit our enrollment projections on a 2-year basis. And so our 2-year projections are due to the state on December 14th. So we pretty much arrived at what we've done with our budget projections and are just estimating subpopulations at this point. So we'll wrap that up pretty soon. We're redeveloping some of those business office guidance documents. Looking forward to the capital planning committee. And just a note on donations. I know last year we kind of updated our process and developed a form. We got a lot of forms in November. So you may have heard that we've had a number of donations given to the district for the purpose of salaries. So as of November 16th, the district had received $16,450 in donations for the purpose of salaries. Those funds will be put into the general fund and allocated for using to pay salaries for the 22-23 school year. If there are additional donations, fortunately, we've had a lot of groups ask, and we've met with several of them, just kind of answered questions and provided guidance. If they have questions about how to donate for the purpose of offsetting salaries, the Foundation for Lovejoy Schools does have a safety and security fund. Currently, the district staffs 6 individuals, but only about 2 of them are funded with that fund. And it varies from year to year. So 1 year it may be 75,000, 1 year it may be 125,000. But what we do know is that we spend more as a whole in security funding than we've ever received in that fund. So what we do is essentially that is a pass-through funding mechanism that the foundation sets up that we can just continue to use to fund salaries. So we know there are other districts that may have different mechanisms. This seems to be the best way for us to get those donations and use them for that purpose in Lovejoy. They're very well set up to receive those donations, process them. They're also a 501c3. So that may be a benefit to some of our taxpayers. So on the other side, operations updates, you may have noticed coming into the facility today, there are a few updates. We did some leveling at the Puster sidewalk and in a couple of classrooms that needed it. That was completed in November. We did do some additional doors for the Child Development Center. So as we've changed the purpose and the structure of entry to this facility, we wanted to make sure that we were providing a similar secure vestibule and access setup for this campus at its entry point, similar to what other campuses have. So we did that. And I want to thank Mr. Roman, our maintenance supervisor, because he was up here quite a bit during Thanksgiving, making sure it was all tidied up before everybody came back on Monday. And we also have some additional security items for this area as a whole. They are substantially complete. There are still a few more items we'll have to do in terms of technology and badge access to tidy everything up and have it completely done. But for the most part, it is complete. We were waiting on that to be done to look at also doing some signage. So now that we have that in place, we also have received some information and worked with a vendor to look at what it would be like to just draw some more attention to this entry point now that we have it. So those are some of the things we're looking at from an operations standpoint. We're still looking forward to having the Puster Playground soon. Hopefully in the next couple of months. It just is taking forever to get that equipment these days. And last but not least, in terms of the technology department, we do have the director of technology position posted since Mr. Vestal left. And I want to thank Jeff in the back and Devin and our whole technology crew for stepping up and helping out with all the meetings and things that happen. They've done a great job of stepping up. And so we'll be working on filling that as soon as we reasonably can. And that is all I have for finance and operations updates, unless you have any questions.
Okay, I like this new setup. We got room up here. Okay, good evening, everyone. I am going to quickly give a update on human resources and communications. First of all, I just wanted to talk with you a little bit, as you all know, and we talked about and discussed, we are in an educator shortage. It's really a national-wide educator shortage. However, here in the state of Texas, it's we're seeing it more so than others, mainly because we're not unionized, pretty much. So last year, nearly 43,000 Texas teachers left the profession, just last year alone. And we're continuing to see those leave the profession. There was a foundation report, the Charles Budd Foundation report that came out back in probably September. And it said some of the information it shared was 77% of all teachers have considered leaving the profession. And that was up from 58% in 2022 and 68% in 2021. Out of that 77%, 93 have actually done something to leave. For example, they updated a resume, they did an application, or they perhaps applied for a job and were interviewed. So we know that it's on the minds of our teachers, and they're significantly taking those next steps and actions there. We also know that those first 5 years are critical. Really, the first 3 years are critical in supporting our teachers. And so that's some things that we do here in Lovejoy is we want them in the culture. We are mentoring them, providing them supports, because 30% of all teachers leave in the first 5 years. So we want to do everything we can to keep them. And we also know that teaching the South is not the most desirable. Here, we have the highest turn rate compared to those in the Northwest and Northeast. So just some things to think about. And we're asking, why are we in a shortage? Well, 30% of us are over 50. And so you're looking at a third of our profession is now almost aging out, and we're not having the same response from younger generations. In fact, in the report, it talked about that many of our high school students aren't going into the profession because of the pay, the lack of respect. Some of those comments were actually put in the survey. So those are just some information I wanted to kind of share with you. There's lots of resources out there, and especially a lot since we've come out of the pandemic there. Also wanted to talk with you about, why are they leaving the profession here in Texas? And most of them say lack of respect and support. And I think that's something that we do well here, is that we show them. I mean, our families show love to our teachers. It was great the Friday before the break, opening up cards and letters. And I understand, Amy, you started that many years ago, but just very thoughtfulness and how much that's appreciated, but just really supporting and showing respect to our teachers. A lot of them also say that there's an excessive workload because our expectations are high. We want what's best for kids. It's not an 8 to 3 o'clock job. It's not summers off. We have people here tonight. We have our principals back there. We have teachers here tonight. We know our coaches also, fine arts, they're all practicing off contract time and doing whatever they can do to support kids. So there is a lot of workload there. And of course the pay, as inflation is increasing, we are seeing, teacher salaries tremendously. They're not increasing at the rate that the pay at the rate of inflation. And we've seen a lot of changes since the pandemic. And that was in several reports, it talked about the impact of the pandemic and the disruption of students. And a lot of that is, we have students that have come back to school, that have come to school that had never been in school, and they didn't have, socialization for maybe a year and a half with students their age, peer groups, learning to share, learning to talk because they were kept at home. And so we're seeing some dysregulation that we haven't seen in the past. And I think the job is significantly, gotten more stressful and a little bit harder. So that's what some of the research is saying, is why our teachers are actually leaving schools in Texas. One of the survey items was asked, what would encourage teachers to stay? There were actually 13 items on this list, and I was just going to list the top 5, but I just listed those that responded with at least 85% or more, where 85% or more of the teachers polled said this: a positive work culture and environment. Number one, 97%. That was extremely important. Significant salary increase, autonomy as a classroom leader, maximizing retirement benefits. And we are already getting prepared because we know ours are up, and that we will be looking at both medical, dental, all those retirement benefits. And because there wasn't a change or an increase last year, we were expecting one. We were expecting about 9% last year. We've heard everything from 9% to 17%. We really just don't know yet. So we're kind of waiting on that. District-wide days off for teacher and student well-being was very important, 85%, and a schedule with more time in your day for planning. I will tell you that on Thursdays, we have our commissioner calls, and some of these topics have been brought up. They have suggested some solutions. We're doing a lot of those solutions. We do give a little bit more planning time to our teachers. I think, doing a fall break is going to be very helpful in supporting teacher and teacher retention. I do also think that, kids need times off too, and that type of thing. And scheduling that planning time so teachers can get together and plan is very important, because instruction takes time. We have text constantly changing. We want, we want to provide the very best for our teachers. And also we know that most of the teachers and most of the people, that work for school districts, they don't do it for the money. They do it for the love of kids. And I think that's why we're in this profession. Just, moving on to that, looking at, salaries and those types of things, our base pay for 0 years is right at 53,717. We do have the nearest district near to us is Princeton ISD. They're at 54 with a $2,000 signing bonus. And they were always also giving some things for, if you lived in the district, you could, get like a stipend there, or for rent or for housing, or paying part of your closing costs, those types of things. In our area, McKinney actually is paying the highest at over 58. Allen, I think, is paying 58. So just thinking about that. So, we're about, just our starting salary is about $4,000 less. So just wanted to make sure you were aware of that. And also just our contribution to benefits. We're at 225 is what the state mandates us to pay for benefits if a teacher takes out benefits. Most other districts are, paying higher than that. So anywhere from 275 to, 350 and up there. Anyway, but wanted to bring that to your attention. Interesting enough, I week before Thanksgiving went to the North Texas Public Schools Legislative Network in Frisco, and it was. I called Katie the first night and said it was so much great new learning for me, because it truly was a lot of information, and a lot of the things that we're talking about with teacher shortage was discussed. Per pupil allotment was discussed. It had, like I said, on a table from people from Waxahachie to Northwest, Gainesville, just everywhere, superintendents, finance people, HR people. It was just great networking for us. I have shared some things that they basically were telling us to do, which I think y'all have already have made some strides there, determine the priorities, network with districts that we unite on issues, so we can come together as a group, building those relationships and being a resources to legislators and staff. I know Ted Cruz's office was there. I got our contact, from him. Just different things that we could do to help be a resource to those around us. One of the biggest things was for us to attend Rally Day and also be available for testimonials. And they really stressed they need parents, board members, and business leaders. Those are the biggest impact. Those that are paying taxes in our community for our schools. And that was truly important that we go to Rally Day, that we are down there, supporting that. Form a local advocacy group, which I did, and follow the bills. I know Frisco has the bill alert. I noticed there's 6 new bills on there that are posted for education. 2 are on finance. One I was just reading before I came in tonight, and it was on not looking at attendance, but at enrollment. So yay, I know. So that was pretty interesting. Also just some of the other things that I was, that was interesting is they were talking about the per pupil allotment should be brought up about $700 per student in order to meet or what's happened with inflation. So just talking about that, also talking about this is done through Region 10 and Region 11, and making sure that that we really work with others on those priorities. I know, like someone was mentioning, one of their priorities was online schooling. That's not our priority. There was a lot talked about the 27 billion. However, I did not know this. There's spending limits on that. They can only use 8 to 9 billion this year. So just things that I didn't know. It was very beneficial. They do host it every 2 years. Now that I'm on the list, I get an email pretty much every day, Coalition for Texas Schools, some of those types of things. But it was really interesting. I provided the link there, and there's a lot of information there, and y'all might have already visited that. Questions before any other thing else? Okay. And then I just wanted to tell y'all about some HR celebrations that are happening. We have Mr. Young here, and we were able to visit with him the other day because we had guest educator recognition day was the Friday before we got out for the break, and we went all week, and basically it was so much fun. We just delivered chocolate bars to our guest educators. They were so thankful. Many of them just sent me an email thanking me for a chocolate bar. It was just so welcoming, and how much we appreciate them and what they do. So thank you for your service. We appreciate you. And we also hosted it, and I teach an alternative certification program. We're trying to, those in the community, we had some substitutes there. We had parents there. They're interested in going back and getting their teaching certification. So they already have a degree, and gave them some information. And if they came, they got some discounts and those types of things. So also just sharing that information and some things that we are trying to do to get ahead and recognize those that are important to us, but also getting ahead, knowing that, in the spring, we're going to have to be hiring again. So possibly. Anything else for me? Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to speak a little bit about professional development. We just finished up a couple of days with all of our staff for the November 7th and 8th, but just to kind of want to give some background on why professional development, why does it matter? And give you some information on that. It's just like any other profession. We have to continue to grow ourselves in the profession. It also helps expand understanding of effective teaching practices. I remember one time someone at a presentation talked about, would you go to a surgeon who did not go to current trainings and about the procedures that they would use? Why would it be any different for a teacher? It also helps adapt to the changing needs. I mean, we're hearing a little bit about how the pandemic and the impact that it had on our students and our staff. Curriculum changes are constant. And then it also is the ability for our staff to get together to network and share their experiences. One of the pieces that I've always said, the teachers are the most important component of education. And so when we have great teachers and quality instruction in the classrooms, which we do have that here in Lovejoy, what's going to be the result? It's going to be positive impact on student learning. It also supports, when we look at why teachers stay in districts, and one of them is ensuring that they have the appropriate teaching materials accessible to them and the resources that they need. And also talks about mentorships that we provide for teachers, particularly some of those teachers over the first couple of years, and professional learning, in addition, of course, to teacher pay. The goal of professional development is to provide learning that would impact all staff. So that can be a little tricky sometimes because we all play different roles and have a little different impact. So one of the things that we do is that we do go through a process to ensure that we are trying to tap into the specific areas for all of our educators here in the district. So it's kind of what I would call kind of an ongoing process. So we do spend some time looking at our data, identifying our needs. We get input from staff. When we look at it from an instructional standpoint, we look at changes in curriculum, any mandates that have come out from the state, and then we take all that information, and usually it's a very, very long list. We can't tackle it all, but we then begin to prioritize where those needs are and determine where our focus areas are. So, for example, what we did this year, we felt like that we had a need to really look at how we were supporting each other through teaming. And so you've heard us talk a lot about learning communities. And so we launched Learning Lovejoy back in the summer with focusing on that. Then for the November 7th and 8th, we did a little bit more in-depth work on that, because what we do see is that if you give our staff, we're able to implement after we've been trained. We come back and we go deeper. You're able to connect to it a little differently once you've had that ability to apply it. We also look at delivery modes. And so what we have here, we have some real, because we are such a small district, it does present opportunities to where we can come together as a whole team together, pre-K-12, which is not the norm in a lot of districts. We don't have that ability. We do have some limitations sometimes on facilities, because when we do come together, really the only location that we can all fit in one location is the auditorium at the high school. That's good if you want more of a lecture style, but what we find with learning, much of that is delivered through more collaboration and talking with each other. So for this last Learning in Lovejoy 2.0 for November 7th and 8th, we were able to partner with Collin College with their new facility over in McKinney at their conference center for a very minimal cost, but that did house all of our employees in a setting that was more of a conference with tables and where we could learn and talk with each other in that setting. We do look at resources of how we're going to deliver that instruction. So that could be either through speakers, it could look at materials, it could look at in-house resources that we have, and then we determine if we bring in a speaker, we're always going to work very closely with that speaker to vet what they're delivering to ensure that it aligns with our district. We just don't go rogue and say, hey, come to our and speak to our teachers about this. We do spend a significant amount of time partnering with them to ensure whatever is presented aligns with Lovejoy ISD. And then, of course, we always gather feedback. In fact, today with our principals, we were going through the surveys from the November 7th and 8th professional development, and it was very positive feedback, but it was also some constructive feedback that it gave us some insight as we're planning future professional development on what our teachers are needing. It also really, what we did for November 7th and 8th, we really went into a little bit more work on deepening our culture. And you probably have seen this before. It's the iceberg that Katie uses with our staff many times when we talk about organizational culture. And, you know, ours is focused on learning, collaboration, results, fun, and I'm blank here just a minute. Relationships. I forget what that one. So this was a lot of work on relationships, but we really kind of felt like we can talk it, but are our actions aligning with it? And so that's how we get to the deep culture. So we did spend significant amount of time that day on the first day of really having our teams. They were grouped pre-K through 12 at tables. And we had some feedback from staff that said, it was a little uncomfortable for me at first sitting at a table with people that I don't normally work with. But at the end of the day, they saw a lot of benefit of learning from each other what's going on from Puster all the way up to the high school. So we spent time on really analyzing our actions, our attitudes. What did we expect of ourselves and what do we expect of others when we talk about our culture? What were some of the unwritten rules that we had? Were they really aligned with what we say we believe in? Just brought some perspectives around the table. So the way that we did this, we did what we call a gap analysis. So we looked at vision and values, we looked at leadership, we looked at belonging, we looked at employee voice and recognition. And we looked at, this is our current state, what's our current culture? And so they worked in groups of 8 to 10. And then we just looked at where is our desired culture? Where do we desire to be? And then we identified the gaps. And so we saw a lot of connectedness from group to group, but we also saw some insight that maybe we had not thought about before from a district level that our staff was needing from us. So the next step on this is that the principals will be leading this, going a little bit deeper on their campuses during January 2nd and 3rd. And then we're going to be bringing all of this information back together and going back to the deep culture here and really defining on what that looks like here in Lovejoy, that we're all committed, what our actions are going to reflect in leading our culture here in Lovejoy. Just some highlights we had, like I said, time for the staff to really time to reflect. We really wanted voice from everyone. This included Jennifer's team all the way to some of our office staff on our campuses it was everyone here in Lovejoy who has an impact on our culture. We brought in a teacher panel and Katie facilitated some questions on what our teachers, some benefits that they're seeing with what we're doing with our PLCs, but also some insights on what we're missing. So we're taking that information and reflecting on that. And we're going to go a little deeper with an additional survey back to our staff to get some more specific information on what they said they need. An example is time. And you heard Anna mention that they need time. We then had some video highlights of our staff engaging in collaborative planning practices. You saw a snippet of one of them today. We had two from the high school and we had a couple from the elementary schools that our teams were brave enough to allow us to videotape them. And then we were able to celebrate some successes too along the way. So, you know, I think when we feel like someone's investing in us into making us a better employee, a better professional, then that's the way that we're showing them here in Lovejoy that they matter. And I think if you read the survey, you would see that that came across very strongly in the feedback that we got from our staff. So this is Team Lovejoy right here at the Collin College Conference Center. There's a lot of us in that room. It was a great day. We really appreciated the staff and the support that we had from Collin College and hope to do it again. So.
Thank you.
Questions?
Love that you're listening to them, not just speaking, but also listening. I think that's really valuable. Appreciate you doing that.
We will come back and report back with, because the information we're taking from that day and then what the principals gather in January, we're going to be taking that to a task force involving teachers. We may be using some of our existing groups like our vertical teams, our superintendents, teacher council to also give us feedback on that too.
Anxious to see it.
Real quick. Okay, I'm going to cover Miss Fuller's information. That's okay. She is ill today, so she's not able to be here, but we've got some celebrations in our special education department. Special Olympics is up and going. We've got our bowling teams that are practicing right now. We're practicing over at the Allen Bowling Alley, and kids are having a lot of fun. I know some of our staff has been out there too, and we've gotten some great feedback on what they're seeing with our kids. So mark your calendars. The competition is set for January the 13th, and we'll be sure to send you some invites and get that on your calendar if you're interested in coming. It's always great to celebrate our kids. Here's some pictures of a few of them during practice. And then also, I've shared with you that we have initiated some advisory committees for special education and gifted and talented. The advisory committee for special education, or both of the committees, the goals were to increase home and school communication, look at enrichment opportunities that we could really expand on here in the district during the school day and outside of the school day, and then look at resources that our parents could get access to help enrich those opportunities for their students as well. So we've had two meetings. Meeting one was basically an overview of the Lovejoy ISD special education program, a little bit of information there that was shared. And then the committee shared feedback on the following topics. Some feedback that they felt like would help support that enrichment with the outside and during the school day, family resources and training needs we may have here in our community, and then any other areas that they felt like were needed. So we took that information, and for our second meeting, we did talk about some of the feedback that we'd gotten was also about staffing and retention with our special education staff. So Anna came and shared some information on some of the data that was just shared with you, and then what we are doing, for example, to help support some of those highly specially designed positions that we need. We also referenced the additional sub pay that we're paying our subs that you approved. And also we had a presentation done, completed by our special education coordinators to go a little bit more in depth on the work that they're doing and supporting campuses, as well as our specially designed instructional coaches. They were there to speak to. So we have put in place some new communication systems with our special education department with newsletters for our parents. We got some good feedback on, and then also for our staff as well too. So we hope that that's helping people get access to some information they didn't have before. So the committee did narrow down two areas they wanted to focus on this year. It was some training and resources for the ARD process for our parents, and then pathways for student supports that students may need who receive these services. And then Anna talked about this. We did a special education guest educator training on the 14th. We had, how many did we have, Anna, attend? 18 people attend. We were very pleased with the turnout on that. And then we have 17 scheduled for this coming Friday too. So we're really working hard on trying to build our pool of some quality educators coming into our schools to help support special education. So.
Okay, for a student services update, the first thing I would like to share are a couple of opportunities that we're going to have upcoming with school safety grants. The first one has already been open to us and we've applied for it. It's a silent panic alarm technologies grant. The state allocated just over $17 million for this grant. And fortunately for us, it is not based on the number of the low number of socioeconomic students that we have. It's based on just the number of campuses that we have. So every district across the state gets the $1,904.67 per campus. So with our 5 campuses, it's for K-12 campuses, will be allocated just over or $9,523. That is it has to be used specifically for the silent panic alarm technologies, which we already have, but we can use that money to upgrade. We can use it for software subscriptions that we may have, or to supplement the system that we already have. We've already submitted our grant application, and we should be hearing back something probably just after the beginning of the year on when those funds will be released. But that is coming from the state. The one that is a little bit more exciting because of the dollar value is the school safety standards formula grant. This one is still kind of in process. They've released a few of the details about it. They've not released the application for it yet. But this one also is not determined by socioeconomic, the number of socioeconomic students that we have. It's based on just the number of students that we have. The minimum number that you can receive for this grant is $200,000. So the smallest districts in the state are going to receive at least $200,000. Our allocation from the state, once we apply and hopefully are awarded the monies, is $265,466. The thing about this money is that there are 2 levels of qualifying costs that you have. So there's a level 1 cost, and the reason why it's called a school safety standards formula grant are there's 7 categories that we have to meet, just basically the minimum standards of school safety that are defined by the state of Texas. Once we meet those, and many of those 7, and really we're only given those 7 categories, we're not given the guidelines yet, so we don't know what it means to meet those categories. But once we have determined that we've met those categories, there's then a secondary list of costs that we can use that money for. And it's much more liberal as far as how we can spend that money, that grant money, but it still does have to go, of course, to the school safety that is defined by the state of Texas. But the application should come out before the end of the calendar year. We'll apply for that, of course, and then we'll find out when that $265,466 will be awarded. We can go back. That money can be it's retroactive back to June 1st of 2022. So any costs that we've incurred that are specific to those categories, we can be reimbursed. We can use that to be reimbursed for any costs that we have incurred since June 1st. So those are 2. The second one especially is extremely exciting to be able to use that money towards any safety upgrades or costs that we've incurred. Again, sticking with the school safety theme, I don't know if you guys know or not, we have a Cars and Coffee event that occurs at Puster Elementary School. And the family that really drives that are the Lyde family. They didn't want me to say that, but I'm going to say it anyway. It's Ashley Lyde, who's pictured here, and her husband. And I think they do it because they like looking at really cool cars. And then they also get donations for people coming and looking at really cool cars and providing coffee to them. And all of those donations they get, they got in touch with Mr. Littlefield, wherever he may have gone. And he, what do you guys need? And they took that money and bought 2 ballistic shields, and they are here. I would love for you on your way out to come and lift this up because it's not light. It is it's made, it may look small, but it's to cover your torso. It is rifle tested. It is and it's made for active shooter training, and so, or active shooter situations. It's very generous of them. They are already asking, what can we do with our next donation? And really, You know, Casey has done a very thoughtful job, as you can tell, just by the comments that we've gotten from our auditors about building onto what we currently have and making sure it aligns with our approach to school safety. One of the things that I didn't mention, back in the summer, we also got a door breaching tool from an individual that was donated to us. Uvalde, as you guys know, one of the problems is they did not want to or could not, however you want to term it, breach the door. We did not have a tool. We had an individual who approached us with the resources to provide us one of those, and they're not really easy to get anymore. Casey said, yeah, we would love to have one. In a couple of weeks, we had one show up, and now we have one in the district. So just items like this, we're really fortunate as a school district to have a community that, especially in this day and age, the value that they put and obviously protecting their kids, but not just ensuring that we protect their kids, they provide us the resources and able to do so. So it's one thing to say, we need you to do this, but for them to provide those resources to say, here's how we're also going to help you do those things. It really means a lot for us to be able to do the job, not we, that Casey and his team can do the job that we task them to do. So it's really nice to have that support. My thunder was kind of stolen earlier by the a cappella choir. No, really, we can't celebrate them enough. I was able to watch online, and when Ms. Cordell got back later that afternoon, I said, was it as good in person as it was online? Because if it was better, which I knew it was in person, it was just incredible what those kids were able to do and the feedback that they got. And I know it was such a great experience for them to go down and get a tour of the Capitol that not many people get. So that was a really cool experience. Finally, I want to recognize Coach Kyle Harriman. If you have not heard yet, he's of course our varsity basketball coach, boys basketball coach. And Kyle's been doing this a long time. And for him to get his 300th win is a testament not only to his longevity, but the care, the relationships, the success that he has had. And he'll be the last person who wants any credit for anything, who wants any recognition for anything, but not just this work that he does on the court. Coach Ross can attest to the work that he does on Friday nights, getting the stadium ready, all the things that he does for Lovejoy ISD in his role as the boys athletic coordinator. But for him to be able to get some recognition for that through his 300th win on the basketball court was really nice. So please, the next time you see Coach Harriman, if you've not already done so, please congratulate him. All right.
All right. Thank you for those updates. Grateful. Item 21 is our superintendent's report.
Yes, Rodriguez is going to pull up a couple slides. I do want to make sure I underline some of the information that was shared this evening about really the educator crisis that's going on. This is a very serious situation in regard to recruitment, retention, in our profession, specifically in Texas, in regard to making sure we hold on to and are able to recruit great teachers in an atmosphere where more people than ever are exiting the profession. Great organizations celebrate what they value and they put their actions in alignment with what they value. And that very much is the case here in Lovejoy. And the Lovejoy Letter Campaign is something that we as a staff, as educators, want to formally thank our community. We want to thank the PTO. We want to thank Amy Smith for initiating this great thing, because it really does make us feel valued. And when we talk about culture and the importance of relationships, this really embodies everything. If you haven't ever had the opportunity to receive that envelope of thank you cards, it is very difficult to express how much that means, because as educators, we just show up every day wanting to do our absolute best for kids. It's challenging work. It's worthwhile work, but so many of our teachers and educators do not get thank you ever. They just get, hey, can you? Or they get faced with the next challenge or obstacle that they are so amazing in addressing and overcoming on behalf of our students. So thank you, thank you, thank you. It's a big deal to us. And I know it takes a ton of time for our PTO to coordinate that. It takes time from our parents and our students to really sit down and write those letters to everyone. And we just want our whole community to know how very grateful we are for that. I also want to make sure everybody knows that we have our Fine Arts Fest, our holiday performances coming up, and it is amazing. And for anybody who is new to the community, if you have not experienced this before, please come out to Lovejoy High School on Friday, December 2nd and Saturday, December 3rd. It is just an extravaganza of fine arts and all the amazing things our students are doing. I cannot wait. It always puts me in the holiday spirit, and y'all will be in for an amazing treat.
Thank you. Any questions for Katie? All right. Public comments related to non-agenda items. No comments this evening. I'll just close with a few things. One is thank you again for coming to our board meetings and investing the time to be here to listen and participate. Two is that help me help you, or help us achieve the same goals and help unify our community and our district together. Continue to grow the relationship that we have with our community. Our coffee talks are one venue to help with that. So again, formally inviting each and every one of you and anyone you might know to come out and participate in the discussion with us so we can hear from you. Would remind you that we are you. We are elected by you. We have children in this district. Everyone up here is here because they believe in the greatness of Lovejoy, and each of our families, and we're here to serve humbly that effort to accomplish and continue to accomplish the greatness that Lovejoy is. In closing, thank you. We will be adjourned.